they buy it like,
it.
I think they got it,
Okay.
buy it like twice a year, it just keeps feeding to it,
Yeah,
or something like that. I don't
We
know.
should have known that when we got ours, because that's so much easier.
Oh,
Weird, so
the
it
last
must be
one
good,
we
right?
had is a pain in the butt.
It is.
But I think you still gotta shop them.
Do you?
I think so, I can't remember what it
Well, what's it worth? I took it like.
But that, I have a problem with that too, because I can never remember, especially in the summer when I get busy, it just sits.
Oh,
I gotta show you a picture of my dog. He's there too, where I've seen it.
Did your daughter win Saturday? What was it, or you?
See that dog?
Oh, no, I was looking at you.
No, no, look at the dog. The dog's going, same thing you just said. What's going on in this house?
Yeah, that's weird. Did your daughter win Saturday?
She's going to state.
Good. I didn't see if she did or not, I knew she was playing, but.
Yeah, she won state, and then she went and shot yesterday in Ashland, won doubles.
Well, she's having a pretty good year, isn't she?
She did yesterday, or this weekend.
Yeah, she was up for, I didn't,
That's what we was doing.
Oh, okay. That makes it a lot better. I thought maybe you were just going to church and
Yeah.
she was, well, she is.
I went to the grocery store.
She was up for homecoming queen too.
She was?
Yeah.
Didn't get that one, but okay. She got opportunity.
And what is the deal? They had like, what, 3 or 4 TV channels down there interviewing the football team?
Yeah, they're doing good.
Crazy.
Yeah, I seen
Wyatt Bird's second in the state in all
Well, I thought he
classes.
was first.
First.
He's first now, he was second.
In passing, I don't know about everything else.
Overall, I thought they said second in all classes. I'm like,
And they had
Maybe that's.
They had this morning, they had the TV crew out here. Well, they weren't this morning, they was out some point, but they interviewed Casey Cake.
Who?
Casey Cake.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Not better.
Thank you.
yeah.
Morning.
Huh?
Good morning.
Good.
Did the Chiefs end up winning last night?
No.
They didn't. I didn't watch.
You know if this is one?
Yes, that is related to my KEHE things that I'll be talking
I'll
about.
hold off on that.
Yep.
Okay. AP, I had a couple of questions. One, there was a voucher to Barber County Commissioners.
I didn't see that one.
It was in the middle of the Orkin stuff, so I just imagine that got entered incorrectly.
Okay, I'll ask.
It
I'll
was-
go get it.
The same dollar amount, I think, is what those others.
Okay, I'll go grab them.
Okay. And then the other question I had was on, we paid somebody for a,
Fence estimate,
and why, who was responsible for that?
Sheena.
It's what estimate?
Somebody came out and gave us an estimate on fencing and charged us to come give us an estimate.
Oh.
The only one I know of so far was Bob Francis.
What fencing for what?
On the,
Was it one of those bridges?
I think on the bridge deal.
There was another deal that I was asking her about, there was some fencing, we'll have to bring that up when she.
Okay, is it in Road and Bridge then?
Yeah, but no, this one was, I don't remember where it was at, I don't have my full report in front of me, but it was Indian Courthouse or General,
Okay,
because it was with the rest of that Orkin stuff.
okay.
So I figure it was probably Orkin, because it was the same dollar amount, I think, too. How you feeling?
It's been a problem. We've already had the doctor look at it twice. And, you know, I'm thinking it's just not wanting to be here today. Could be.
What tried to scalp you?
Yeah, they did. They got pretty close.
What,
Right here, they got real close.
yeah.
That's when things are going bad. I didn't say nothing though.
Not bad. Not like me. Did you get weed in your hand?
Some.
Okay, thank you,
Wait
Josh.
for rain. It's so dry out there. You guys don't understand.
How surely you got something last
We
night?
did last night. Finally last night we got some rain. But before that, I mean, it's just bone dry, powdery, like water through your hands.
But you had to have got a good one last night.
Yeah, last night. Yeah, so we're going,
Because we drove through there.
yeah, we're going to kick it up a notch
I'm
now.
trying to open that.
We got just a little bit when we stopped.
That's what our next song was, a hydroplane south of Kiowa. I thought I was gonna lose control.
He's a bunch over there.
So you had it, what, you think it was in, Brian?
It was under general, I believe, courthouse or general. Whoever pays for the organ bill, is that out of court?
Building
or
cap.
general?
Buildings and
Buildings,
grounds.
yep.
So should they not give us, bills for estimates? Coming out looking, I don't know.
We've never paid for
I
anything.
wouldn't either, but, I mean, every time I've had guys do that, I've never got a bill for it.
What
Yeah, I know, yeah, exactly.
Maybe they just figure since it's county, they can get by with it.
What'd you think it was for, Brian?
The
What
one
is it, Orkin?
Orkin, yeah, it was in the middle of all the Orkin stuff.
Okay, you got, Barber County Commission, Buildings and Grounds,
What's the amount?
constructional services for $30.
It's probably just a switch of the, then over.
Monthly pest control, Anthony MS.
Thank you, Barber County Commission.
I think it probably should say working on it, and Barber County Commissioners probably needs to go down to, because it's in the middle of working. Home child, isn't it?
I think it's Rita. It's just one number off.
Rated us some of our stuff then?
Yes. They do the Attica Senior Center.
You want to see this?
I'll tell you, that looks a lot different from that senior citizens building. Wow.
I need to grab by the way.
I'm telling you, it's got a glitch. He's gonna blame it on the operator too. How you doing, Jason?
Well, how are you?
Good? Doing good. You guys see some rain up that way?
It looked like between my place and Harper though, it didn't get as much, and then it gets south of Harper, it kind of kicked up again.
Go down.
What do I get between
Yeah.
Kingman and Harper?
Uh,
Kingman get much?
I don't know how much we got. It's pretty good.
Employee benefits for,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Employee benefits for $55,834.15.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye. So this fencing, is that the one you was looking at,
Yeah, I don't.
Aaron Shield?
Mhm.
Oh.
Kelsey, it says to ask you about the EMS wire on 9321.
Yes, to avoid reconnection fees because they would not allow us to use a credit card or anything or pay online. They're one of the ones that were gonna disconnect us a few years back for 5 cents. So, I talked to Michelle and so we just were able to pay via a wire and it just didn't get put in with the last AP batch. They kind of forgot to put it in, so
And what service was that?
gas
Okay.
service, yeah.
Atlas or somebody?
I think it was Kansas Gas actually.
Okay.
It was for
So,
one of the EMS buildings,
okay, so it's a wire for $31.15.
yes.
And Linda and I found that during the bank rec process.
Okay. Want to make a motion for that wire,
So
$31.15, all in favor?
Aye. So Jeff, where's this fence for this?
Well, we talked about it, it was 2 weeks ago, that we were gonna have to have somebody put some fencing when they redo some of these bridges or something, right?
Yeah, there was a bridge.
Or a bridge.
And that's what, I brought a car and closed in it and.
Right, I remember that.
And she texted me, wanted to know if I knew of anybody, and I texted her a couple people's numbers to get hold of, but.
Kelsey, there's a transfer, looks like from, thank you, from miscellaneous to salaries and clerical staff.
Yes. What it was is I was looking back because I had never done it and nobody was here for me to ask that day. And I tried emailing, but they were wanting to get it in, so I went ahead and looked back to see where we had done it before. And apparently we had done it in 2 different places. further I looked back, so, they let me know that they preferred it out of the miscellaneous, so that's what that transfer's for.
And that is not correct. It has been deposited in the right account the last 2 years. And if you look back at the 2020 transfer, Linda made a note that said exactly where it needed to go.
But that's just what was saved in our files when I was looking it up, is that's what Ruth had saved, so that's what I was basing it off of.
Okay, so it's $27,500.
It was for, what it is it's the school's portion of our SRO.
Okay,
That's just that's the payment that we received.
okay. And then, so who instructed you on how to do it the right way? You said they, so who were they?
I don't know if it was Melinda and Linda. I got an email. I can't remember who sent me the email.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. 27,500. I don't need a motion, just consensus from you guys. It's okay.
Good.
And that's up a little bit from last year.
Yes, they increased it. It used to be 20.
Yeah, 20 or 21, yeah.
The employee that they hired.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's one from Michelle here. It looks like district tax apportionment transfer, something important not holding. So it looks like mineral tax apportionment to mineral tax holding for $24,318.23.
Yes, so the treasurer posted the mineral tax out of the wrong fund.
Okay.
And so when we were doing reconciliation, we found that one as well.
Okay. Is that a bad deal? Kind of a little bit of a mess?
Yeah.
And what happens because of that?
So basically, if it's not corrected, which it wasn't prior to distribution, all of those tax entity distributions messes up all of our accounting. And so you'll see in a little bit that your September financial reports are off because that mineral tax was posted wrongly.
So were there entities that didn't get money?
They received the correct amount of money, it just
Okay.
was paid from our wrong account.
Wrong account.
So it's fixed, easily fixed.
That will fix it.
Okay, all right. Just need consensus again from you guys to do it.
It needs to be right.
The main thing is that they got money that they were. Okay.
So to answer everybody's question, those tankers that go in up there are the new, they've converted their trash trailers over to look like tankers, so they're not losing trash.
That's what I was hoping when I saw that. So what he's talking about is those, if you've seen the new NDI trucks,
They're not all converted over, but they're converted over.
which is awesome. They're all enclosed. It's like just a steel, like tube, stainless steel tube, I suppose. It's stainless.
Looks like a tanker truck.
And they've got a smiley face on the back side of them.
I seen the smiley face. I was trying to figure out how they haul trash with it, because
They must.
the old trucks.
I think Mike told me that basically I think they raise up and they dump them. Just
How do they get it in there though?
I don't know.
Well, it's
I'm
awesome.
gonna guess they got trap doors or something on the top. I have no idea.
Well,
I didn't ask it.
They're not going to be slinging trash bags everywhere anymore.
It was good news to me and everybody in my part of the country.
I know it was. So,
I seen that smiley face. But I was trying to figure out how they got on that van. The old trailer. I was like, how the hell did they get that on the back of that? Because it's round.
Yeah.
I'm not up here much. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so CBDG payments. So we're doing those separate than regular AP?
Yeah, we're required to, per the contract, you have 3 days from when the wire comes in to actually disperse them. And I did try to contact them and explain how our pay dates work. And they said it doesn't matter. And I did talk to Richard about it as well, that we do need to go ahead and abide by. Because you guys actually, you signed the contracts and it had the amounts in it as well.
Right.
So they've already been approved. It's just we had to issue out the checks within 3 days of getting the wire, which the wire came in on the 1st.
Oh, so what happens if we don't get it done by the time then? So this is not, they're not gonna get these now, or?
They already did.
So
They
they
were,
have
yeah,
them.
they were hand delivered. Shelley went ahead and picked them up that day and hand delivered them to each person.
Okay, so the problem, what you're saying is we're taking care of business now, but the checks have already been.
Right, and that's kind of from till we're done doing these, that's kind of how they work, so.
Is there a better way we can do that so we can have it cleaner? Is it something we could do like a special?
Because we did its own special check run,
Yeah.
but, and it's marked in all of our reports and stuff are all marked separate from AP, but.
Can we get in trouble by doing it this way?
Yes, so you'll get audited by Department of Commerce, and they could either say, oh, we get your pay dates, it's fine, or they could just mark it. So probably what should happen in the future is that once Kelsey and Michelle sign the request for wire, every day check to see if it's been received, so then they can cut the checks.
Yeah, but our
Instead of
approval,
just waiting for the bank statement.
Have we approved it though?
yeah, so what,
You approve the wire just like Kelsey and Michelle sign it. Shelley presented it to you, you signed it.
so that was our approval.
That's right then.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so in the future, you say we need to,
Check daily.
okay. Oh, need a motion for $129,640, and guys, this is for the CBDG payments that go to those businesses, remember that applied for that, yep, if you remember that, yep. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 businesses, so need a motion for $129,640.
So we,
All in favor?
Aye. That was that COVID money.
Yep. Okay, so AP,
Well, I'm sorry, there's so many different names, CBDG, I mean,
we need to get you an acronym folder or something for it.
that's kind of, remember which?
on AP, do you want to give it a minute or two?
Yes.
So, okay, we'll hold off on
I
that.
don't know. Paper.
Yeah, I don't either. Has that check already gone out though, to pay for the fence quote? It has not, okay, good.
It would be on this run.
Okay.
I'll give you some estimates in this paper.
Well, like he said, when you call somebody to ask for an estimate, you don't pay them for that either, when, you know, you have guys come out
Well,
and
I
look at your
just
fence.
want to question it, I mean, I don't want to do that.
Yeah. Doesn't seem right. Okay, do we have time, you want to take up minutes, or you want
Yeah.
to? Okay.
Because after this, we got to executive for a little bit.
Okay, so on October 4th minutes, and these are small nitpicky things, Kelsey.
Sure.
I've got to go back through there to remind myself of what was on here. So on the section of the paragraph says Damian Fowler, Special Bridge, asked for policy changes regarding the donated PTO policy the first 6 months of deployment, blah, blah, blah. Amy Delasarda discusses the IRS guidelines that should be discussed. It should be in past tense on that one.
Okay.
It was in here where Shelley Ansel, Community Development provided department update on appointing Scott Bluewall as a representative of Harper County. That was for the, help me with that.
Chief elected officials board,
Yeah, so it needs to state that,
The chief, okay.
yeah, for the, what's the,
Workforce Alliance.
Workforce Alliance, I couldn't think of it. I was thinking of it this morning, but it
Okay.
so that's, he was appointed for the Harper County representative of that, and so that needs to be listed in there. Did you guys have any additions or corrections to the minutes?
Well, I knew better than what Scott can say what he did.
Okay. So if you want to fix that, then we can approve that.
Okay.
Once you get that thing fixed. Probably do this one later because it's about 9:15.
And Jennifer Wolf canceled,
She's canceled?
and Darren has an executive session.
Yeah, we need to talk about some stuff
We're gonna
here.
do that first, or there's a couple things on these.
Just we'll finish him up so we can
Okay.
know that, and we'll go on next.
Did you have any-
For 30 minutes, right? Jennifer, 15?
15th.
Okay. I'm gonna need about 10.
You always need about 10.
And I may as well say 15 so we don't have to push that button.
And this is the 9/21 you're
Yeah,
looking
these
at?
are September 20.
Okay.
There was one more thing on the October 4th minutes.
Was there? There was, yeah, I read them this morning and there was
That
something.
paragraph about Mike Bennett and the excavator bids,
Yeah,
it should say Commissioner Strubel motion to approve. There's no motion in there.
okay,
And it should have the amount.
okay. Yep, you guys okay with that, Jamie?
Does the amount have to be in it?
Yes.
Probably needs to be, yeah.
And then Damian Fowler's name is misspelled.
Okay.
It should be I-E-N.
Okay. I probably spelled it right. That's my, is it O-N? That's my nephew. That's why. Sorry, that was me. Yeah, that's my nephew. I spelled it like his.
Why is doing that?
Okay, so on the September 20th, so it talks in here about the, neutral rate for the,
The R&R.
yeah,
Yeah.
but then after that, didn't we go ahead and approve, didn't somebody make a motion to approve the budget for 2022?
Yeah.
So that's not even in there, that's missing out of there.
Okay. I might have accidentally done it in the wrong line.
That's an important, we gotta have that in there.
Budget approval.
And then
Do you
again,
want the amount on that one?
Yeah, I think the budget,
Amount?
whatever we approve for whatever the budget is, I think that needs to be included in there.
Okay.
and
And,
then,
and just so when somebody comes back in 10 years and looks back, it's all right there in the minutes.
Sure.
Go ahead, what did you say, Lynn?
when you open the bids for the excavator and the grader, those amounts have to be in there.
Yeah, all of that has to be.
Okay.
And on that, what I would usually do is just take Sheena's Excel summary and just copy and paste it in there.
In there, okay.
Yeah, because those numbers are hard to keep track of.
Sure.
Anyway, you can make those, then
Sure.
we'll work on
And
that.
then there's another one.
Oh, did you have one?
When we talked about the industrial park, it says Commissioner Strubel motion to approve. It doesn't say anything about selling. Like, we just approved Matthew Pence for lot 2,
Okay, so it needs to be in there.
but it was the sale of the lot.
Okay.
Move you. Darren, you, want to make a motion for executive session?
Yep.
So Darren made that motion to go in executive session, subject to be discussed, I assume, with personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 9:30. All in favor? Aye. You want Amy in here? Okay. You want to be in here?
Nikki was there, Susan Peters was at this thing that Brian got to auction for, and anyway, their daughter was there, it was neat.
You know, there's a generation of people that don't know who she is anymore.
I know, it's sad.
Yeah.
And they don't know me either.
That's Susan Peters.
Yeah. They, what'd you say? They don't remember
They don't remember
Shelley.
me either.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sad day. Yes.
Can you go on YouTube and find you still though?
Yes,
Really?
let's not go there.
So Richard.
Why not? I'm gonna go back and look at the old Shelley Hansel video. Guarantee you I will. I think exactly. I'll send you one.
Okay.
Is Amy on today?
She's here.
We can't go on without her. We gotta wait till she's here. Did you announce at the Peace Treaty this year? You on the microphone? We didn't make it over there today. It's too hot. Or was it hot this year? It seemed like all of September was hot.
It was warm enough, yeah. Saturday wasn't too bad, Sunday was downright miserable.
Yeah. Was there a big crowd over there?
No, it was probably gonna work, but it was not a big crowd. Sundays was really, really sparse. Probably had more people in it than we had.
You think they'll do it again next time around?
I would imagine so.
Well, they're doing it every third or fourth year now, right?
Well, it's whenever they decide.
Well, you know, it used to be every year when I was growing up.
Well, started off every 5 years, and then it went to 3, and then 8 or 9 years ago, we went to 4 years.
But I mean, when I was a kid growing up, it was every year.
I think it's every other, maybe.
Maybe every other, but yeah, it seemed like.
Because I never marched in the band one time.
Well, I've got relations there. It seemed like we go over there for that damn
Yeah.
history.
Yeah. All right, Amy and Richard, you guys, we need an executive session with them. Attorney-client privilege. How long?
Oh,
I don't think it'll take very long.
I don't think it will, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Better go 20.
Well, now, the deal that they're bringing in is not gonna take us too long.
It shouldn't.
Something to look at.
15?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
15.
15 should do it.
Okay, so somebody wanna make that motion?
So moved.
Jeff made the motion to go into executive session, subject to be discussed will be, legal advice. No, it won't be legal advice, will it?
Be pending. Is there one that says like
Pending or
pending?
threatened litigation.
Litigation.
Oh, yeah, pending or threatening litigation, that sounds bad. Don't really like that. Anyway, and the justification for closing the meeting is for consultation with our attorney on a matter protected by the attorney-client privilege. We will return to this meeting room at, can we do 9:45, is that all right? All in favor? Aye. Jeff, I should ask you, that was your motion, is 9:45, all right? Alright,
Make a motion to waive the conflict of interest on McDonald Tinker.
for McDonald Tinker, attorneys at law. Jeff made the motion to sign a waiver. Jeff made a motion to sign the waiver of conflict with McDonald Tinker, attorneys at law. All in favor? Aye.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
See you later.
See you all later.
Mike and Sheena. How are you guys?
Good. See you again. Which one to be first?
We discussed everything in her office, so she's got it all.
Okay.
You can see this all I'm talking about, Brian.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, some full saws. We have a lot of tree trimming that needs done, so. We are kind of diverting the bridge repairs a little bit, like went and shipped a few of them out. And there's some that are a little bit quicker of a fix. We're gonna go to Bob Mack. It should be like 2 days.
2 to 3 days, that's the one that diverted 14 miles.
I gotta get my bridge paper out here.
Yeah.
You guys are talking bridge, I gotta see which one we're talking
Yeah,
about.
grabbing that. It's over on Northwest 150 Ave.
Okay, Bob Mack, you said?
Mhm.
Okay, that was a number 5 on the, okay.
17.
Yep, you said 2.
Yeah, they're deferring 14 miles, they said, and that's just like 2 days. 2 day fix, 3 days, kick off.
Okay,
Cool.
so you're gonna move that up to,
He's gonna move there as soon as he gets this one done, and he's working on that.
which one's he on now?
Catlin.
Or, no. Is it four?
I don't know. which one.
Catlin is, 4.
Silver? No, that's
26.
Attica.
Catlin's 26.
Yeah, it's 26.
Okay,
That's the one
26.
that's currently in progress.
He's on it right now.
He should have that done probably this week.
Okay, then you're gonna go to Bob Mack, so that'd be number 2. Okay,
And then I'd like to go to 22 and 24, because both of them are like a 2 to 3 day fix. Or the 24 is probably 1 day fix.
22 and 24.
Kiowa and Pond Road.
And she's got pictures of the reason I want to get those done anyway.
Well, yeah, so we had to put up concrete blocks to keep people off the bridges. They've been throwing, it's not a barricade in that one.
So 22,
They've been throwing our barricades in the
okay.
pond.
You know, the neat thing is the people that are doing that are probably the same ones that complain about taxes being so high, and you know what those signs cost us to do that?
Right, well, just for him to, yeah, pull out and repair it and whatever, so we're just gonna try to get those,
And
fixed as soon as
the small
possible.
fixes.
Yeah,
It should be.
this north one's got 2 planks.
Oh, you're okay, you're
Should have been
missed.
fixed and not even
You can have
fixed.
this one, but they're over here, they're both within,
I don't-
like 2
I'm
miles
not
of each
sure
other,
about
both
this
on
one.
that
They say
road.
it's pretty.
I like it, Mike, because we're gonna get the whole pins out. I like it.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, can I have that?
and we can take number 21 out, right? That's what the determination was on that? Because it was under the,
Singer, yeah, that's the other one that had, well, it's technically a culvert, so it has the
So
small
we take-
drainage area, so we could take that one out.
and 15.
And 15, yes.
So we can delete those 2,
We
we're still
should
gonna
delete
take one.
those two out, yeah.
And like I said, I don't know that your bridge people need to do that. I mean,
Do what?
take them bridges out, you know, you can have your road people excavator maybe, or,
Right, we can, yeah. pull
You
like
can- you can have whoever
whoever,
take them out.
Just the bridge crew, pull those out.
15 and 21.
Right.
15 to 21. Yes, and I also applied for Cather with my last bridge grant. That's the kind of 2-for-1 like we did on Henderson and Hall, because I want to remove Cather from the inventory also. And then Chad is working on a proposal. That's the guy from Schwab Eaton that came and talked to us, the engineer. He's working on a proposal of a smaller structure to put into Cather.
Okay,
I don't have that yet, but I should get it this week, and I should also have the load rating this week for the Attica Bridge, and we'll get to pull that pin too and open that one back up.
Okay, so the one on Cather, if we're changing that deal, But you're applying for a grant on that?
Well, right, so if they
So
tell
like the Hall Bridge where we get
right,
the-
where we
Gotcha.
remove it out of
Okay.
inventory and they gave us an extra $50,000.
Right, yeah, it's a
Right?
quick fix, yeah.
So that would be,
A quicker.
So you're taking that money off the hall and putting it on the Cather Bridge is what you're doing?
No,
no,
In
it's
addition to that.
it's a new one.
Okay.
So it is the same, it's a Kansas Local Bridge Improvement Grant, and it's for the following year. So the Henderson and Hall is for 2021, and this would be the 2022 grant that I would put in Zimmerman and Cather.
okay, the thing with that though is how long will we have to wait before we know that that's gonna be approved on the Cather deal?
Well, I just submitted on Friday was the due date, so they have that. It just depends on how
Yeah.
fast they
And you
get
have
back
to
to me.
also remember
There's-
that you have to have the money, the matching part.
And there's another thing, this bridge thing we talked about, didn't you say there's money we might be using the COVID?
Yeah, so if a bridge is damaged by floodwater, if it's a stormwater issue, you possibly could use ARPA COVID money for that because stormwater repairs are a qualified expense.
Right, and I talked to Damien about that, and he couldn't think of any that are flood-related
Well-
damages, and anything that we kind of have right now, I'm also doing with FEMA, so that makes it not qualified through that one, so I'm having a hard time finding any that.
Because this is where I'm at with it, because that one Cather's so close to the water anyway, how are they gonna say it wasn't flood water damage anyway, because it would have been rotted out? I mean, who's gonna make that determination? I mean, right, because it's been underwater, in water, so if you want, I see where you're going, if you want the Cather one fixed sooner,
That's your option.
that's your option, because it's not, it's gonna be 2 years.
So that's what I don't wanna wait 2 years on that.
I don't either.
That one has to be open.
Well, we don't have to wait 2 years on it. If
Right.
they, just like the Hall one, we could do that as soon as they say yes, they're approving that and we get the money. Or we don't have to even get the money, we just take it out and remove it from inventory.
Well,
That's all they're asking. They don't even care what we put back in there. They just want it out of inventory. That's the only conditions of the grant, and we get to do whatever we want. Because I had to talk to them about that.
But even more so on the Cather, I don't wanna wait for somebody to tell us whether we can do it or not. I think that one's.
I'm with you on that one, it's not in my area.
Because we don't even know how long it's gonna take
Right.
them to come back.
So within the next month, I should have an answer whether that grant was approved or not.
Okay.
So if they approve it, I mean, I'd like to at least wait until I know that before we.
Right, but if we wait a month, and then it's gonna be another month, and we have to wait another month, and, you know, I think that's
What about
important enough.
What about the Manchester one? What's the deal?
It's a
on
bigger
that?
bridge.
Yeah,
It's a huge
that's the problem.
It's a bigger bridge, so, working again, went and looked at that one with Chad. We talked about, there's another bridge that's kind of right beside it, that if we put in a new bridge at Manchester, we're gonna have to put in a new bridge there, otherwise, I mean, that one's got a super low
Yeah.
grading, and it would just break pretty immediately. So we kind of have a plan on working on like a cost share project with Oklahoma. That's something I'm doing a little more research on since it's right there on the border, and try to do it all at once.
You've been through some of those, they've been scary for a long time.
Yeah, and then Mike on 27 up here, north of Newberry, what's the deal on that bridge? I can't remember.
The patch bridge. I don't think we've ever talked about it. If we have, I don't remember.
Well, I talked to Mike about it because they would like to get that fixed because they're gonna be doing some drilling, I think, up in that area. and-
That's going up there at Berthoff's,
Yeah,
right?
it'd be there around that area,
I'm not sure what they said was wrong with that one. I can go look at it today and check. Or talk to Damien.
Well, that's
see for sure.
the problem is, every one of these bridges, everybody, I mean,
I know.
even the ones down here, you know, everybody have to drive
Yeah,
miles out of the way to get to where they wanna get. It's just, there's a bunch of them.
that's why I thought
Right.
17 was so important, because that's such a
Yeah,
main
that's
travel
like a
road. We've
14
got
or
a lot of
15
people
mile
up there that are
road.
not happy. So,
You know, a lot of people not happy, they just
Or-
don't say
Yeah,
it.
it's everywhere.
They just don't say, some of them just don't say a lot, but I
Right.
understand why. I mean, it's not.
I guess if on the Cather, if we have, if we know in 30 days, we'll know one way or another.
Right, well, and like I said, Chad's putting together a proposal on a replacement for that anyway. I mean, I feel like we're gonna take it out and replace it with something no matter what.
I'd like to see what his proposal is on replacement.
Yeah, okay. I just wanna make sure that the timing is okay, that if they approve it for that grant, then we haven't removed it from inventory before they say yes. And then
So, but if we take the grant though, how long is it, I guess that's the question, how long is it gonna take if we accept the grant, when can we start on it?
Long time.
Anytime on that second bridge that we
Oh.
just take out. That's,
Like the Hall.
I was
Okay.
mistaken on Hall,
Okay.
that's why I had to go in and look, and
Okay,
he said,
I'm okay with that.
yeah, anytime.
That'd
And
be
you
okay.
also have to keep in mind, you're gonna have to come up with the match for the Zimmerman.
Can we use part of that money though for that?
If it was damaged by floodwater.
It has been.
Who makes that
I mean,
call?
that's, who makes the call?
We just have to write a narrative explaining what happened.
Because the bridge only got this much clearance between the bottom of the bridge.
They
It had to
sold
get
me
water.
already there, sold me on it already.
It had to get water. There's no way. I mean,
I'm convinced, aren't you?
Yep.
I've seen a number of our bridges down our part of the country have been underwater several times, so there's no doubt about it.
No, you can.
Okay, I like that, like
Yep, I do too.
quick fixes, the more we get open, the happier people are gonna be.
Absolutely.
Okay, we do have some permits, some permit applications, that were submitted. And they've been inspected. I have pictures from each one. And then you guys, he is requesting that he can trench across the road. We are making the recommendation that this one does not get trenched because that is
Bob Mack.
Bob Mack Road.
and gravel.
But if you guys would like to take a look at that, like I said, there's a picture. He wants to, it's the same thing as he did last time, trench across the road for water for his cattle.
Did he get the other one fixed back?
That was
Have you been
before-
up by there?
That was before my time, we did that one.
Well,
Right,
the
yeah,
last
you did like that.
picture, I haven't been up there since that last picture where I wasn't super happy with it.
And he keeps working on it until he gets the word.
How long
Well, I
ago?
talked to him, he said it was smooth.
Okay.
He went back up there.
Okay.
Yeah, but it needs to be
We
somebody
haven't-
from the
I know,
county.
Right.
it's just,
You need to go look at it.
that's
Yeah.
what it was.
Like I said, I had a picture, but the picture is like a couple months old. So
It's
I'd
one of
like to
them
see
deals-
what it looks like now.
It's gonna take a little bit with some rain to get it back like it's first, but if he keeps doing it, I mean, if he keeps working on it,
Yeah, 6.5 feet deep, it's gonna settle, it's gonna have to keep filling it, get
Right.
it cold.
So like that one though, they're recommending that. on
This
the
here
bottom
gets
of
bored.
it.
Yeah, it's a main road, so kind of the conditions of that boring versus trenching is
And
if
that's
it's.
the Bob Mack Bridge.
As long as you're okay with it, Mike, I mean, and you're making the recommendations, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think it should be bored.
Okay.
'Cause that is
if it's a main artery road, I agree with that too.
Right, and then because it's in the resolution, you guys have to waive that fee or not waive that fee. For ag use, you guys have to
Yeah.
make the
Didn't you say that
determination.
was up in that area?
Just south of the bridge.
Right, it's
South of
literally
it.
just right there.
Yeah.
So if you look in that picture that is behind, you can see.
Okay, and when are you planning on,
He wants those done yesterday, so. So. I'm sure he will call me this afternoon, because I told him I was talking to you guys today.
and that's the second bridge you're working on, so it's gonna be open here for 2 months longer anyway. So,
Hopefully.
if you think it needs to be bored, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, that's a pretty heavy drive. I hate somebody come through there and hit that after a rain and we have
I
problems.
don't ride the sideline roads, but it's a main artery, I don't know.
The other two are side roads, they wouldn't be a problem at all.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
they're not any problem.
And what is that, 1,500 a year or something?
Our boring fee is 500, but he's gonna have to pay the company for the
Right.
bore. If you guys want to waive the fee because
Because
it's
of ag.
agriculture use, that's fine.
And I'm okay with that, so we probably need to be making some motions on that to waive the fee for ag use to get a water line through it.
And then also for the trenching of those two roads, you guys have to approve that from that resolution.
Okay. Do we need a motion for each one of those, you think?
Can't do them all together? Well, I'll make the motion that he can, do the trenching on this, what is it, 2 of them?
Two of them.
Yeah, what roads are they gonna say which roads?
Make them separate, she thinks that's probably best to have separate.
Yeah, because they're separate locations.
This is on Northwest.
Northwest 130th Road and Northwest 100 Avenue.
So your motion is to allow him to trench that one.
Yes.
Do you want to, can we put in there the waive the fee for ag use for water line? So with that motion,
To waive the permit or whatever it is for the ag on this one.
okay, so Jeff's made that motion on the first one for, what was the road again?
130th Road by Northwest 140th.
Northwest 130 Road and Northwest 140 Avenue. All in favor? Aye.
Okay, this one is a similar area, but this one's gonna be over to the west of that intersection.
I'll make another motion to trench and waive the fee for 130th Road and Northwest 140th Avenue.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
And then just to waive the fee on that one.
This is one, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, there's his road description over here.
So on this one here, I will make the motion to just waive the fee. And do I put needs to more or not?
No.
Okay. On 150th Avenue by Northwest 130th Road.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This is the sales agreement for the grader that we purchased from CAT or are purchasing. I reviewed it with Richard and he saw no problems. It is $500 less than what the amount was with our bid. So that is the only difference that I found between this and what the bid award was.
$255,000 even.
Yes.
I'll make a motion for this time then.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
So he is signing the sales agreement for the cat builder.
And salesman, representative, reception on signature.
And then I think the initials on that.
That's one day on it.
And if the county faults, you know, you have to pay for that.
Yep. I'll get them to see it. Take a donation, you're a third of it.
I didn't sign
Yeah. We don't know you.
Nice.
But you'll get to run it, everybody.
I got this used, you know,
This one.
for the money before they come get it.
And the project list, are you ready for that?
You wanna tell us a little bit about that, what you had planned on that, or you got, is that one there?
These?
Yeah, they gave us a picture, you gonna tell them, cause I know something about it, but.
Tell me what you know about it. I bought one in Barber County, and I cut half of Barber County. But
Oh, wow.
Yeah, all these limbs hitting the graders and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take a day,
How long a pole is that on?
then 6.
Really?
6 inches.
1,339 inches long,
Hmm.
and you're wanting,
2 of them, 1 for each side.
And you're getting them down here at,
Gates.
sounds good.
Need a motion.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, no, he can do that, he can purchase that. That's not-
It's in his budget, right?
Yeah,
spin it, right?
go for it, man. One other thing, county faults on it, your signature's on there, so enjoy them. before
I
they
don't like
get-
to spend money, but that might save me money.
Yeah, I agree. Put a window out or something.
We got plenty in the cut, believe me.
Just north of Harper.
And I just marked through a bunch of those instead of
It's fine.
deleting, so you guys could kind of see what we've been doing.
Probably the 3rd mile now, Corwin.
On Third Mile, good.
I think they went down to patrol that 2 mile, but had a little moisture, and Janice was gonna roll that too this morning. They're looking better.
I have not been out Corwin, how's it looking? How's it, is that first mile, is it, you been out there?
I've been busy, I've been down
It's
there.
improved a lot,
Is it? Okay,
starting to set up.
good. This list, keep going, this list's gonna get down to where it's gonna get quite a bit shorter.
No doubt.
That's good, isn't it?
We're gonna come up with some more jobs.
We can find plenty, believe me.
And some of these are just fairly small, I mean, you get your excavator, it won't take you long, all these
Yeah,
anyway.
gotta get the excavator first.
We're working on that. We're working on, did they give you an estimate time on that excavator?
Well, he called me and since we were wondering about subbing out the bucket, and just not having the 42-inch, he's gonna get back to me on what that would cost.
Okay.
So, it should be less.
Okay.
Looks good.
Hey, that's great, Mark.
We are gonna do a culvert inventory to see what we have, because we do have quite a bit of culvert work going on, and we may have to order some, probably gonna have to order some.
Yes, you're gonna do a tire inventory too.
Entire inventory as well, to see what we have.
Okay.
Okay, we, got the 2018 tractor back from John Deere on
You
Friday.
bet you did.
Is it running?
It's running. Yeah,
It rained, how do we
and
know?
then it rained.
Go
So,
running around just to
we
play.
will have 2 mowers when it dries out a little, so.
I didn't get the status on the third one yet. Since it's raining, I'm gonna go down and visit with it a little bit, okay? Good.
From-
Give you a little bit of that.
Yeah,
So-
from what I could tell from what Jim said.
I've been
it's-
hit up about this, Mike, and I mean, it wasn't your problem to begin with, but, on some of them roads, they're saying they need to be mowed before they're even
Great.
graded.
They're
Isn't
horrible.
it?
Okay.
Haven't been great.
I don't have any roads really.
I think you sent us some pictures or something.
The roads around Freeport are awful.
Okay.
And there's some, I mean, you go look around, there's one south
All
of,
over my attic over the world.
well,
So, look, that's no,
Well, it's
yes, I mean, they
No,
need
that's
to be
true.
mowed before they're graded.
Yeah, you got some, you got weeds in the middle of the road that tall.
Okay.
well, there's, you know that bridge south of
2
Uncle
months.
Mark's house, that you call it the Wall Schmidt Bridge, I guess? There are fire weeds over my head down that whole road, and he's got a pasture down there.
Yeah.
But that's,
But the bridge is out and they just left it alone.
some of the reason why we have weeds growing in the road is because we haven't been maintaining the side road like
Right.
once a year, and there's
Right.
no grass unless we're making.
And then if you patrol them, you're gonna have big windrows of
Yeah.
grass. like you
But I have
saw
noticed
pictures of
in
it.
Bluff, the Bluff down our area, he's hit some of the side roads, and, I mean, we got windrows of grass, but at least we got a road
And
again.
they'll melt down.
So,
It just-
I think we need to mow them if we can before you grade them, because you gotta have,
We gotta have motors running for a long
That's
time.
right. So,
I'm working on it. I got one of them
We're
done.
doing our best.
In the picture she said, we probably ought to go up there and get some of them at some point, because they are pretty bad.
That one did get hit on the 29th of September.
Okay.
But they didn't scratch the grass and weeds out.
Well, if they got arch in their blades, they're gonna leave weeds in the road. I mean, if you're only doing it once
Just
every
burn the
1 or
middle
2
of the blade
months.
out. Yeah.
How about, one time we talked, and Mike, you may say, no way, don't do that, but one time we talked about sending hooks down through there with a sprayer before we do anything and just killing all that stuff
That'd be
dead.
awesome. Yeah, I have no problem with
I
that.
wonder what chemical it would cost us to do that in.
I don't know.
Well,
On
I think
some
it'll
of
take
those-
much, but, keyboard E.
Well, I know, but we talked about doing that on some of these less maintained roads throughout the summer that way.
Yeah, some of
At
them
least
you
it's
could-
controlled, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of
right
the
now,
reasons
so-
you patrol some of those roads is because they're getting so weedy, so if you could
You
do
mean to
that.
save on the fuel?
Yeah, that's, and I
You
wonder
can
if
burn a
we-
lot of fuel for what it costs to spray chemical.
Right, but if we only hit them, let's say twice a year, if we've only got a grader running down those twice a year, why couldn't we, and I don't know what it costs, I don't know chemical wise, if you can find something just really cheap that goes
Sure,
with
you
it.
probably could.
I mean, I'm fine with it, I'm just saying.
Well, but we need to know the cost and expense, what it's gonna cost us to do that, but, you know, if we're not gonna maintain them, at least knock stuff down so we don't have the 6 foot tall weeds down.
Well, the problem is, we're having a hard time controlling the stuff we gotta control because of the wind and the rain and.
Yeah, then maybe that's just dreaming big, but
I'll tell you what, he did a good job on my Johnson grass up there.
it's dying, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got a lot of the control right now, cause I've seen a lot of it crispy right now.
Me too.
Yeah.
Anything else?
I have a couple more things, yeah, I was just waiting to see if you
We're
guys
gonna
are
try to
done.
get this culvert put in this driveway, Thomas driveway this week, depending on the rain.
Okay. And that, I asked you guys about that off of 160, that road that's over east, what was the name of that road? That it's been reclaimed part of the way.
120.
Okay, have we looked at that or been on
This
there?
is 120 Ave. This is number 8.
Yeah, and that road, can't remember his name, goes down there. You don't know it. What's his name?
McCoy.
Yeah,
And you're wanting what done with it?
I think that road, that reclaimed road, I told him he's gonna possibly try to rip it like we've been doing out here on the rest of that road. Because that reclaimed road is like all the rest of the reclaimed
Not
roads.
good.
It's not
I
good.
mean, it's got canyons for potholes, so yeah.
And so that's something you may wanna
Well, but a lot of those, they're kind of like Eagle Road. If we had a crown in some of those, I wonder if we'd have less problem. Because this morning I come down Eagle, water was running right down the middle of it. And I think that's because there's just, and it'll sit there and cause those potholes and those rough spots. So if we don't have crowns, so I think what you're saying about ripping it and building that back up,
It'd be fine.
put us a crown on there, that'd last a long time, wouldn't it, Mike? Or longer.
Anytime you put water in the middle of the road though, it's gonna be potholes. If
Yeah.
you don't get off the road, you're gonna have potholes. You
I
can't
think-
have enough
I
sand
think-
in there to do it.
Kind of headed down the right path to build crowns back into those.
Well, I haven't been out, you been out to the corner, you went by, is it not the one with Crystal Springs? You've been by it since the rains?
Yeah, it gets pretty rough pretty quick, but they're supposed to be hit again this morning.
Well, did you remember the year that they made,
Setting up,
switched over to make the farmers, or you ever pay for the approach going into the
It's
field?
not flat, it's not.
It's so wishy-washy, it's kind of, I don't remember ever that being something we needed to
had
pay
some
for.
decent material in the ditch, we could just cover
You
the
what?
thing with some decent.
We never made people pay for that
That'd be
before, I
too
know.
expensive
But
to
they do, we
haul.
do now.
But it's
And I thought we had told them not to be
Well, I
charging
think-
people for one
I think
insurance.
their opinion on that, Chris.
Because that didn't before you guys come on, but we told them,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird.
weird.
You
This
got-
is the
you got
first
rock
field
in it.
entrance that I've ever had to deal with, so if
I don't
that's,
want to charge guys for one insurance, that's,
Well, they bought this place within the last couple of years, I think.
yeah, it seems pretty new, I don't know.
And the guy that's doing his farming, I mean, he's gotta have a way to get in.
yeah.
And
See, I thought, do you remember when we told them not to be
I'm not
charged?
throwing you under the bus.
No,
No, that was not even her, she wasn't even a part of that.
I know, but
Because I sent him out his application and the fee sheet, and I didn't mark anything on the fee sheet, I just sent it with, and he had a little meltdown, I guess. He didn't call me and ask me any
he
questions,
did with me, though.
but he did with
Okay.
Jeff.
Bradley, of course.
So he was upset, but I didn't get a chance to really talk with him much.
So do we go ahead and charge him for the culvert too?
We never did, I mean, I don't know where that all started coming from, because when I first got them, we didn't charge.
She showed me what her paperwork said.
Right, and I didn't, like I said, I didn't make
Right.
the fee sheet,
I
I
know.
didn't make that.
I'm not throwing you under the bus, I'm just asking.
Well, if you start charging people, then the next thing you're gonna find is they're just gonna shove dirt into their driveways and they're gonna have a driveway on their own, so you don't charge them. And I'd be the same way, I'm gonna push me a pile of dirt in there, I'm gonna use it.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I
you have to
think,
give them access to their field.
exactly, so I don't know where that
Is
started.
this for a field or is it for?
I don't
It's for
remember.
a
What
field-
is the
It
address
is for
on
a
that?
field entrance, it's
You
over
probably
by
don't have it.
Attica.
It's-
Yeah, I
it's
don't
north-
have
I
it.
don't
It'd be
know, I was
north
told years
east
ago
of
if they
that.
already had an entrance, you did not pay for the culvert, they had to buy their own. But if they did not have one, then we were responsible to
We put
make
it
sure
in
they
there
had
for 'em.
access.
Yeah,
But if he's already got one there,
we don't put another in there,
exactly.
they get one entrance.
That's what I'm wondering, what's,
You get one per half mile or something like
And
that,
that's
right?
Yeah, I don't know if he has any other ones.
But that's kinda how I remember when it
So
started.
maybe have Mike
Put the
up
second
there.
entrance.
Right, well, I told him
That's just what Lawrence or
It's
someone told
gonna
me.
have to get
Yeah.
inspected, he just wanted the permit up and he wanted to know kinda what it was, and I said, well,
Okay.
we'll have to have it inspected first.
Cause I mean,
Yeah.
the week's already in,
Okay.
so he went in through somebody else to get the weed in, I think, but anyway.
Okay.
So if you don't have an access, we'll put it in for nothing.
Right, but we're not gonna put a second one in.
Correct, you get
Right.
one access for free.
You can pay for the second one, I feel like, but.
Okay.
But I'm assuming the way you said though, if you went in from somebody else's way to get in there, he does not have one, that's my assumption.
Well, my last one, it's that.
Yeah.
Cause on that Crystal Road, Mike, I wonder where, cause they didn't want us to rip the whole road, cause the work was good. So I'm wondering where we put the rock, if that's where it's good, and when we stopped, it's where
It's
the
not
worst,
good.
it's where the worst boards are
I
at.
go drive it this morning after the trip.
Well, cause they didn't want us to rip it all up, so we stopped, it's hard to tell where to stop.
Yeah, been there.
So, I don't know if the worst boards are where the rock is, or where the asphalt was, that we didn't pack.
I would hope that rock isn't less than 2 watch for it.
It wasn't when we put it in there, it was like a highway.
I was gonna say, that stuff sets up with some rain and it's
Just
just.
had one soft spot when you and I were down there.
Anyway,
I do have a question, the quote that we got for fence building, they wanted to charge $250 to come give us a quote.
Right, so that was on purpose, that I have to hire somebody to do that, and that's for the right of way for the Rush Creek Thomas Pitt Bridge. because I had to make, which is on my list here, the estimate adjust compensation for them. So I have to show that I didn't cheat them out of any sort of estimate, that I didn't just go have a friend give me an estimate or somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. So that all has to be documented, that it was an actual estimate. That's why.
We have to pay for that?
Yes.
According to, oh, that's for.
Because if I don't, then I can't prove that it was not just somebody that I said, hey, can you go?
Well, that doesn't make sense.
Lowball me an estimate so we can.
But I could also pay somebody to do that and be a connection to me. So I don't want to pay for that, unless it's required that we have to pay in order to get that grant.
Probably the better way to do that is just go out for bid.
Yeah,
And then
we
you can
show
prove
we
that you
did
actually
that.
opened bids
That seems more fair
than just picking some random person.
right.
Okay.
Because I can tell you, at my house, if I'm going out for a bid or a quote on a fence, I'm not going to pay you to come give me a quote on it. And to me, I view this as the same as a taxpayer. Why am I paying somebody to give me a quote to build a fence?
Because we're not hiring him to do it, because
No.
the landowners are going to do whatever they're going to do. I just need an estimate, and I didn't have anybody else who was qualified, who was employed by the county, to give an estimate on the fencing. And that is something that I had to estimate the required cost to replace, the cost to cure on that, to make the estimate of just compensation for the acquisition of the right of way.
Well, but you could have had Bobby Francis or somebody like that come in and give a bid.
I mean, you're just wanting them to give me an estimate for free instead of compensate them for their.
So what you're saying is, you had to get an estimate, but the landowners are gonna do it themselves, so they're not gonna get the job required.
Right, they're not gonna do any labor for us, like that's literally what I asked them to do, and I did contact several different ones. He's the only one that had the time and availability to do that.
So it can't be just going out to farm around and say, hey, 6 wires, this long, this many posts.
Right, who am I though to like make the determination of what they need, because I don't build fence for a living. That's where the problem is.
So where'd the $250 amount come from?
That was his time that he invoiced me, so I can.
How many hours of time was that?
I don't have that in front of me, I'm sorry.
$50 an hour. He took 5 hours on a creek gap to get a quote. He could have built.
See,
It's.
we're not, don't get that flustered.
No, I'm just saying.
We're trying to justify.
I am a little flustered because the whole, it's more than just a little gap. We're pulling that whole, let's see if I have the diagram with me. We're expanding the right of way like considerably and considerably lengthwise too. So he didn't just go price of water gap for me.
So I can see where he won't charge, because he's not gonna get the job.
Well, right, I'm not gonna hire him to do that because that's up to the landowners, but I have to know how much it would cost ballpark for us, or for them to do it, so.
And that's
we can
required
put
by the grant or the
Yeah,
right.
and this is because this is an off-system bridge grant and it's using federal money and they have a very strict, this is their list.
So we couldn't ask the landowners to give us an idea of what they're gonna spend, because maybe I, as one landowner, want something different than what somebody else might want. I'm just trying to think, I mean, if there's.
Back on the other side of it, I see.
I mean, the work's already done now. He's already come out and done the work. I question whether 5 hours is what you need for. Where did the $50 an hour thing come from?
That's just what was on his invoice.
That's what he invoiced me for.
I don't know. I think for me, it's tough for me to justify that and feel like I'm being responsible with taxpayer money.
So you'd want to send it out for a sealed bid, but they're
No,
not,
we don't have to do it for sealed bid, but $50 an hour times 5 hours to go out and do that.
because I guess you're not going to have anybody give you that because they're not going to get the job. I guess that's the problem, I see. But that'd be asking you to go out and get, we need an estimate, but you're not going to get the job, so wait come out and tell us what's going to take to build that fence for this requirement.
Right, or you could ask the landowner what it's gonna take them to build a fence like they want.
Well, part of the problem with that is one of the landowners lives out of state. like way out of state. Arizona, as a matter of fact. So I don't really know how. I mean, I don't know. That I thought was the most appropriate and quickest way to do it. This is also the bridge that we are a year behind on deadline wise, and it needs to get done.
Well, what was his estimate?
250 foot.
Here's
Oh, so it's what charge for.
That's his plat.
right. Here are the two different tracks and the two different estimates for those. As far as what their names and what the full estimate is, again, I talked it over with Richard, and no, we do not need to disclose that in open session, because it is a real estate negotiation. And I have that printed off.
Okay.
What is this?
But the only thing is, if they want an estimate, are they gonna take the number from the farmer, cause they may adjust the estimate to be way high over what
That's what I was
to gain, see what I'm saying? If they're paying the bill, they're not gonna take the farmer's estimate, cause they may say instead of being a $3,000 fence, we want $10,000. So they're not gonna take that.
I just don't think that's being responsible taxpayer money to.
I don't think they're gonna take that estimate though, cause
Yeah, but like
If this
Aaron says, if he's not gonna get the job, he's gotta make something off of it, or you're not gonna get anybody out there to do it.
and the problem with asking the landowner is, cause they're gonna wanna.
I mean, in the beginning, I agreed with you, but now I'm thinking, well, you're not gonna get anybody out
I
there.
just had to prove that it was a third party, that it was not me, and it was not anybody trying to overshoot it,
See,
undershoot it.
that's where the third party has to come in.
So, right, and so this is just to put together an estimate. So we can put together what we think is a fair offer.
Cause the
Right.
third
And
party,
if they don't find that it's a fair offer, then we have other negotiations. But
I get it.
this is just for you guys.
I wonder though if maybe K-State would have something out there that would have been free, could barely pay for that service, and so.
Well, I don't know, and that's something I could look into for future ones. I've never done this before.
I'm not upset with you on this, so I don't want you to get upset, I have issues with that kind of an expense and that not being responsible to use taxpayer money.
we're the ones that pay, that's why we say we're tagging about it, cause we don't like spending money that we need to spend. I see the third party part of it is because if I had this side of the fence, you had this side of the fence, we get together and say, hey, that fence is only gonna cost $4,000, but we're gonna charge 10.
Yeah.
And I ain't say it's gonna happen, I said that's their side of it, that's why.
That's why I thought it was the most fair way to do it, is to have somebody that's not associated.
I agree a lot
with us
more
or
now
them.
than I did in the beginning. I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. So, I guess right now I don't see the big deal.
Okay.
So this is,
I don't know where to get away from it, not having them.
if you guys want to look, this is all the documentation for each parcel. I have the title work. This is the pamphlet that I have to give them, but it explains the whole process. This is all the title work for the last 5 years, so I know that these are all of the appropriate landowners. This is the legal description of it. This is the estimate. And these, which I don't have printed off because they're still also pretty confidential, but I did go to the appraisers and get comparable sales that are all pretty current within the last 18 months. Broke it down to price per acre and price per square foot and got an average for that. So these are those two. They're different because they're separate
So they don't need a third party on that then?
For what,
For the real estate tract?
for the estimate?
Yeah.
Well, this is current comparable sales from the appraiser's office, so that's,
Yes, but we provided that information. They don't need a third party on that?
I don't believe so. That's the way the Federal Highway Administration told me to do it. This is the
Okay.
guy that actually audits these when they come up for audit. He kind of held my hand through this whole process.
Okay.
So, and I did talk to Richard about it. These are the ones for you guys to sign and you can look it over.
So these estimates are the what?
That highlighted in yellow at the bottom would be my estimate for each one, yes. And that is, by the way, pulling out the labor for the removal of the fence, because I think we can do that ourselves instead of a contractor. So I did remove that from the estimate.
I suppose we've done that before, rolled up the old fence.
Yeah, I think we'll probably just do that, it's not a big deal.
Haul it up.
Um,
Just take the mower down there, the quick way.
Yeah, I got some of my fence that did that, but you rolled it right up in the roof.
Walk through mower, whatever.
I thought I printed off that diagram, but you guys can come down to my office and check out the right-of-way diagrams and all the blueprints, so you can really look at what I'm talking about. I really thought I had it up here.
I'm sure you got it right. I knew this acquisition thing was gonna be
But I do question the whole third party thing of, you had to have a third party for the fence expense, but then they're okay with not having a third party for this, because this is information that the county's provided. And it seemed like in the past, when we did these bridges, we had to hire, do you remember, we had to hire somebody to come out?
Yes.
And that got kind of expensive, so I don't mind not spending the money on this,
Right.
but I wonder how they're okay with this, but they're not okay with
Because
this.
it's a simple acquisition under $10,000 with no buildings. And so, because I took the right-of-way certification, so I have that, so I'm certified to make an estimate, and then to make the offer. And as far as the full offer at the end, there is a third party that has to sign that and not me, so.
I know, but on the fence though, they can't take our word for it on what the fence is gonna cost.
Right, I mean, this is, as soon as, some of these sales weren't like fully settled, which is why I can't disclose those, but they will be public record. I mean, it's not like anything I'm hiding.
But anyway, I'll drop it, not a big deal. But I look at that and I think the appraiser could have given you numbers that are skewed to the bottom side of the comparables that are out there and not the top end comparables that are out there. Because he's our appraiser working for us, and so if I were the landowner, I'd want to know from somebody that's not even involved in the transaction who and where the numbers come from, what numbers were used. So that's what I'm saying. This doesn't, the two things don't make sense to me. How the fence building, we had to have a third party hired to come do it. This, they're just trusting what we're telling us.
And I also question how the sales info was provided,
Well, that's kind of where I'm at. It's,
because I can't walk up there and get sales
no,
info.
I can go get it.
You can, because you're an agent.
So can Matt just give that out to anybody that asks? Because
No, it's just this specific project. That's why I put that on there if you guys want to verify with him what it is. But no, he told me it doesn't leave the building, so.
well, then okay. It kind of does leave the building.
You are the one.
Well, but no names and locations, but they are all,
Well, there's parcel IDs on there. Aren't there parcel size
I
IDs?
put the sizes and the price per acre and the price. And that they're all the same type of ag land. And then he gave me also his big spreadsheet with his ag land, estimate and average, which came out to so close to that. It was crazy. The average price per acre.
Okay, well, if I were selling land, I'd want to know where it came from and what the comparables were, and
So what do you wanna do?
So I went over it with Richard too, and I brought this whole book in there, just like I did with you guys. I brought all this stuff and he looked it over and he okayed it as I forwarded you that email. This stuff does have to be done 4 months prior to us contracting the bridge out. This and the utilities also have to be done. Like I said, we're a year behind, so.
That was what got behind us the last one, wasn't it? We didn't have that done.
Yeah, I mean, this one should have been started this year, but none of the stuff got done, so.
You checking in more, or you going with it?
Do we have to make a motion to approve all this then?
He's asking you. I think that was a yes.
Okay, so those dollar amounts get shared with the public then?
I don't know.
It says right there, no.
Yeah, the preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property.
Because currently it's still an offer.
Right, it's
You don't
just
approve it until you actually
an estimate.
buy.
And so then when we buy, that number gets met.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I'm just saying, is eventually that needs to be made public.
Right.
Lot to a bridge.
Just, and this one,
It's
like I
easier
said,
taking it out,
this
isn't
is,
it?
the off-system bridge grants are like this. They're just a big beast and they require a lot of steps.
And I do know that when I was talking to him about
Well, we need to
this,
have a motion first.
when we was talking about this, he said this is the worst part of the whole thing.
Mhm. And it's, yeah.
If you don't have, he said if you don't have everything done right, it won't go through.
Right, it will not go through and I'll come back on meeting.
I like that.
Okay,
There's your motion. Who's the big boy on this deal?
so what's the motion you saying? Estimate of just
Don't
compensation.
put the dollar amount.
I'm not, just estimate of a just compensation, and I don't have to give no names either, Jeff.
Right.
Okay. For off-system bridge,
Mhm.
right away.
Acquisition.
Separate? Should it be separate?
There's two separate ones.
Track 1 and track 2. The estimate just compensation of track 2 for acquisition of right of way.
So you made the motion for track 2. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Partially.
Okay, acquisition of just compensation for track 1 for right of way acquisition.
All in favor?
Aye.
I need signatures, please.
Is that 50/50 I got out of you? 10,
11.
11?
And then Sheena, everything they signed today, just get a copy to Kelsey for the official record.
We're gonna get this bridge going, so as long as we got our everything, P's and Q's and everything in line, they won't have to stall the paperwork.
Right, and this is just so you can get it started and then,
Cause I know that guy told me that I talked to the engineer, because when that starts, you have to make sure you get all that done, and then you'll feel, make sure it's all right.
right, like I said, the guy I talked to is, he's Federal Highway Administration, Kansas Division, he's the one that audits these, so.
Okay. It's good, doing great.
Okay, and I think that's all I have. That's fine, you good?
Thank you.
So you're good to check out on your excavator hopefully soon.
Yeah, I should be fine.
Oh, one more thing, trailer,
The trailer, they have not had a chance to go check out additional trailers.
okay,
Because that's a problem we're gonna run into is if we go out for bid for a brand new trailer, then it's probably like a year lead time on ordering a new trailer. So we kind of need to see what everybody has used available.
I'm okay with
I don't know how you guys want to do that whole process, but we need to
Just-
see what they have.
call them companies we told you and see what they have for a used big trailer and bring the number in, would that work? I mean, I'm okay with this.
I'm gonna call you, say that this is my personal sale. I'd like to know about that bridge up there,
Okay.
just see what you think about it.
I mean, because we're still gonna have to bid, right? Or can you guys raise the bid?
On used equipment, I don't think you have to use bid on used equipment.
That's where I was gonna-
I don't, Linda, we don't have to go out for a bid on used equipment, do we? Like used pipe, or do we?
Anything over 10,000, but if it's used and you find one, you could waive that policy.
Okay,
Okay.
truck trailer, magazine,
Right.
You see him real word?
Yeah, they send them to me all the time.
Who's up next?
Okay,
So
well,
close.
if we can waive the bid, then yeah, we'll just go
Look at him.
shopping, bargain hunting.
Because I'm gonna tell you, gotta have one when that escalator gets here.
Yeah, they're upside still, and we'll be wishing.
And I can't wait a year for a trailer.
Right, that's,
Drive down the ditch.
yeah. So, okay.
If you look,
Thanks,
come
guys.
back with some kind of suggestions, you know, something in the state of Kansas or Oklahoma or Northern Oklahoma would be great. I don't know.
Yes, I would
Arizona.
start closer and
Thank
go
you, Mark.
out. Okay.
See ya.
Linda, how are you?
I'm good. How you guys?
Good. You may have trouble finding a brand new. I don't know, our trailers are.
Good morning.
Thank you, Linda.
Hi, Linda.
Good morning, good morning. Melinda and I have been working on training since I am leaving at the end of the year. And
You gotta go ahead and plug that in there, just to.
yeah, I did. So I've got a list of my duties and responsibilities, and since the clerk has looked at statutes and things, I just come going over things that I do that I'm training Melinda on. And we'll just go down the list here. Most of these are going to be Melinda's. She's already doing the department budget summary, taking over. I've trained her on that. The cash analysis, I've trained her on that. Other monthly tasks that I do, I periodically review the bank reconciliations that the treasurer's office does to make sure they're doing those timely, and looking at the outstanding issues, looking for stale dated checks, and making sure that it's reviewed by another person in the treasurer's office. So Melinda's doing that. And when I do that, I reconcile interest receipt to the general ledger. Melinda's been trained on reconciling the payroll clearing account, which is basically the withholdings that we turn around and just remit to the various entities. So she's been trained on that. The county clerk is going to start doing the summary of monthly transfers, so I'll work with Kelsey on that. Month-end balances, I always kind of look at the fund balance when I do the monthly reports to make sure there aren't any negative balances. And if there are, discuss that with the treasurer. The treasurer's office is pretty good about watching those. There is one that's been out there. There's a return check that's been in there since December of last year that needs to be followed up on. So I'll have Melinda do that and get with Michelle and double check on that. I think it was, if I remember right, it was a motor vehicle check and then the person left the county, so it might be bad debt, but need to follow up on what they've done to collect that. I haven't trained on EMS yet, since that's kind of transitional. Right now, with EMS, I'm trying to get from where we left LifeSave with what they call their legacy accounts, the old accounts before our new vendor took over. I'm in the process of going back through that because I can't quite reconcile to what they've posted. And so we make sure that they always bill us correctly. There's been some discrepancy on that.
A new company getting ready to do
That's
that,
what
so I don't know if that messes anything up.
No, so I'm not going to train her on what I'm getting from the
Okay.
current company. We'll have to see what the new company is. Hopefully it'll be similar to LifeSave. So, yeah, so we can get that under control and get that started. And Melinda and I can work on that in November here, November and December. I always allocate any benefits of non-budgeted part-time employees. I think that's kind of dwindled down to nothing now. Then quarterly, I always look at what the clerk does with her payroll reconciliation. I just review it, and I always review the 941. Kelsey has me look at it, and also look at her quarterly unemployment tax return. So I'll probably have Melinda just be the review person on that because everybody else is involved in that and doing it. It's kind of important to keep that segregation of duties. So Kelsey's the one that does that right now because Amy and Hannah both do the remits on the withholdings and what have you. So she does it. It's a good thing to have that second point of view or third pair of eyes looking at it. I also review the register of deed summary quarterly and make sure that the heritage trust fees get posted. One thing I do with the treasurer's office under the periodic tasks, I prepare what's called a proof of distribution. I take the distribution reports and put those into a spreadsheet, create a spreadsheet that I can use to help assist with distribution if there's any discrepancies, and also verify the distribution checks before they go out, make sure there's no errors there. And then I also use that spreadsheet when I reconcile the tax roll. That's very helpful. So I'll be training Melinda on that when we do the October distribution. Reconciling the tax roll, that needs to be done by somebody that doesn't have anything to do with abatements or receipting. So again, I'm training Melinda on that one. We've gone through it once. I usually do it somewhere between 2, 3, 4 times a year. So after the first big distribution, usually again in June, once I get audit done and budget done, I can reconcile it again, and then at least at the end of the year, probably again in October, so 3 or 4 times. Melinda's gone through that once with me. She did 1620 trucks by herself. I need to just review it. So, and that's also something that has to be done for the audit that is prepared. The sheriff's office then reviews, has a fee summary sheet that she prepares. I periodically review that and make sure that the receipts that she's recorded reconciles to the general ledger. So I will train Melinda on that. The clerk's office reconciles the health savings, the HSA and FSA bank reconciliations. I just periodically review that, so I'll train Melinda on that. Again, that can't be Amy because she's the one that does it.
Checks and balances.
Yes, checks and balances. They're really important when they prevent the errors, also help to implement those procedures. And then everything else on the last page is pretty much preparing for the annual audit. And so I will work with Melinda on those preparations that we do. She already does some of them anyway. Some of them are already incorporated between what I get. But a lot of the departments, I don't look at their summary sheets till audit time comes around. So when those come in to be forwarded to the auditors, I always make sure it does reconcile to their fee accounts received to the general ledger. So I just kind of wanted to review those, make sure that you guys are all okay with who I'm training on it, and who's got the responsibility going forward, or if you have any comments or suggestions.
I would like a little bit of time with you in executive session, if you could, please.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to go into executive session. Subject to be discussed will be personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Open meeting will resume in this room at, our clock says 10:42, so let's go 10:55. I'll give us about, which clock do you want to use?
That one doesn't seem to work very well.
Well, then we'll use mine. Let's go to 10:55 according to my iPad.
It needs a battery.
Huh?
I think it needs a battery.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
No action taken?
We're 1 minute early.
Huh?
And we're 1 minute early.
10:54 on the
Doesn't keep good time.
Okay, mine says 10:55. Anyway, no action taken in another executive session. I do have one more question for you, Linda.
Okay.
I'm curious, if you were not here in this position and Melinda, for some reason, doesn't take over, doesn't do the job that you're doing right now, what kinds of things would not happen, might fall apart in the county? What kinds of things would get pretty ugly for us as commissioners in this community, or in this county?
Well, I think, number one, I started down here in 2012, and I think I helped clean up a lot of errors. There's different people here now, what have you, but I think I put in some policies and procedures to follow for oversight, to make sure that errors and mistakes that happen get corrected, or to try to prevent those errors. And if you don't have somebody that has the time and ability to do that oversight, you're going to have mistakes build up over time, and then you're going to have errors in the audit, and then you're going to have points of errors that are brought to light in the audit that is done. Also, if you don't have somebody in this position, I think in the long run it would cost you more in the audit, because all those things that we do on a monthly, quarterly, annual basis would have to be done by the auditors, and that's going to be at a much higher rate. And I also think the position's important for you, because the reports that come from our software can be consolidated and put in format for you guys to make informed decisions, to keep you informed on a weekly basis. I think that's also another reason to have something or someone in this position.
Okay, so
whether it's just part-time or full-time or what.
What was the reason you were hired in 2012?
The bank reconciliations weren't being done, and there'd been an error, and I think the auditors at that time encouraged me to come down and do the same thing I was doing in King.
Okay. So are the bank reconciliations now, you were doing that? Or they're still not happening?
No, the bank reconciliations are happening now. I set up new spreadsheets, I set up procedures to do it. There were things that, say an electronic deposit when I came in, hit the bank account but never got recorded on the general ledger, and there was historical data that we had to go back through and find those. Now the bank reconciliations are being done. 2 people in the treasurer's office do it, but they rotate duties and they sign off on it.
Okay.
So that's being done, sometimes not always timely, and that's always the thing that concerns me, because it should be timely, but it's much better than it used to be a long time.
Okay, so then you help get that timeliness taken care of, or?
Yeah.
You do? Okay, so if you weren't here, they probably wouldn't be done in a timely fashion. Okay.
Because, for example, this person that reviews those reconciliations knows how to do it, and when it's tax time in November and December, treasurer's office barely has time to keep up on that stuff. So, and that's coming toward the end of the year, and you can't get behind on those. So sometimes I'll even just pitch in and do them.
Okay.
So that way they don't get too far behind.
Okay.
I think it's an important position. The checks and balances, make sure everything's run like it should. I know you're tired, we really appreciate what you did for us.
Well, and I have appreciated being down here too, and working and seeing. It's enlightening to see how the counties are very much the same and not quite the same, and I've learned a lot. I mean, my learning, I was a CPA, but my learning curve about government was
different.
Different. And so I kind of had to train myself on things too.
Okay.
So.
Well, better.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Linda. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you. And Melinda's taking over the Department of Budget Summaries and Reporting. I mean, I'll be back in, so
Yeah.
I'll just stop in my last one this year.
When you're checking out on?
Well, I'm assuming the end of the year.
You're assuming.
Yeah. Unless there needs to be.
I think that's step away from Kingman, you stay here.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Darren's making a motion for a 5-minute recess. All in favor?
Aye. Be right with you.
Anything? Finally, we're a half hour late.
We'll run right on by.
This will be bad.
That?
Not a big, I say that.
You know how many times I've heard that?
At least once.
Not for me.
Yeah. Soon to be.
All right, that's paperwork to look at.
Got some paperwork.
Thank you.
Do this right first. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, bad news off the bat, I didn't get a quote from Geeson. I'm still working on it, still trying to get something together. I did have Melinda, thank you very much, do some digging for me.
Oh, yeah.
And she found this original quote from 2009, and we put our current camera system in. Highlighted on that first page there is the number, the cost of it, which is just running wire, conduit, and install for downstairs that wiring. So pretty hefty number. Just wanted to print that out and give it to y'all because it is a pretty hefty number.
Yeah.
Second page on this one highlighted does have the camera cost in it. This is from Sandifer, again highlighted there at the top. I'm sorry I didn't highlight yours, but it's that 15,000 number. That's a pretty hefty amount as well for just the number of cameras that they put in. I think that was 16 total cameras at the time, 2009. Came in about $15,000. This other stack of papers that I gave y'all, there's just some more information from Geeson and Sandifer about the system. But this other stack of papers is kind of what we cooked up walking around with Nolan and Brad Geeson and Bob, putting not only replacing our current camera system, but then putting cameras in the offices like y'all requested. So that'll give you just floor by floor, also outlines the camera. I sent that information to Kelsey and Melinda as well, so you guys should have that in your emails.
So how many cameras do we have on each floor as it sits right now?
16
On each, total.
Yeah. So there are 5 on first floor, and second floor is 10, and then you got 3 and 3, which
Can you, I just don't know which one they currently are on this, are they on this page now? Are they on these?
that is the total for what is proposed, what we're trying to get to, and that is 44 total. So we're up and
But some of these, so you'd be getting rid of the old ones we have now?
I'm getting rid of all the ones that we have now and replacing them with new cameras, and then adding new cameras as well in the offices and in places that we don't currently have cameras, which in my opinion we probably need.
Well, to me, the third floor is the priority.
One of the issues that we have with the third floor is on the current system, the quality is terrible. It's an 11-year-old system. We have dispatch looking to see when our officers are walking inmates back and forth, and they're basically just looking for orange dots. I mean, it's bad. So it needs some serious updating. We did put in the budget for some higher resolution and further looking out cameras in that courtroom than everywhere else, just because of the distance and trying to pick up every little thing in that courtroom.
So,
Don't you agree though? I mean, that's probably the most important
we need to
thing.
be protecting that.
As well as the hallways and offices walking back and forth, yes sir.
Well, but then the first floor where they're bringing
in.
they come in that
Right.
way. And,
Correct.
and so the question I have for you is, remember when the health department got run, well, you weren't here yet, when the corner got hit.
Yes sir.
Okay, so we didn't pick up any of that stuff.
If we were to have better cameras around the building, would that pick up something that far away?
So the system as a whole that I'm trying to design, that I'm presenting to you right now, and this 44 cameras does not have it currently. What I do have in there is the option to move them forward with that. That's putting exterior cameras. Now what I'd like to do is put a radio up in our clock tower, not anywhere exterior on the building, but just so it can see through the windows, and then multiple radios in 4 spots around our property here, and then do exterior cameras that way. They pick up all cars coming back and forth, everything in the parking lot, if somebody's car was to get broken into, or, have issues that way, scrapes, door dings, those type of things, as well as people potentially hitting the sides of our buildings. So,
Well, I hate to even be thinking about this and to have to be to this point.
sure.
But like you say,
Well,
something
we're already at
happens.
that point.
Well, yeah, I know something happens, and it's very likely to happen.
Especially the world we're living in today.
Well, but just like you were talking about somebody calling and having a meltdown about road and bridge stuff.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, and what we tried to do is get every single counter. I mean, you can tell in Sheena's office right there, just getting back, to where we can see who's coming in and out of that door and what they're doing. Most of the offices that we're looking at have 2 cameras in them, especially ones that people are going in and out of a lot, clerk's office, treasurer, that type of thing. And again, just trying to get anybody that's disgruntled, having some issues, whatever. The other concern that I have, and this is a big concern on the current cameras, we have these 3 current cameras in, and this is on the first floor, but on the second floor, these 3, if this outdoor camera or either outdoor camera does not pick up well, somebody could pretty easily get into Amy's office or Melinda's office without being seen, because these are not picking up much at all.
The current ones.
Yes, sir. So we need to and it's the same thing downstairs, but the only thing downstairs is the bathroom or, my office, and anybody can break in there, so.
So there's no, you don't have any kind of estimate or any idea what we're looking at?
The cameras themselves, what I've outlined for you, there's 44 cameras, it's coming in at $8,800.
For the Ford?
For the 44 Ford, yep.
See, and there's not anything coming in this door anyway on the south side.
No, so they're not. The only thing that's picking it up is that one right there, and that's why we need something remotely pointed back.
So
That camera,
the cameras we bought a long time ago were $15,000.
Technology's gotten a lot better since then. These are IP cameras, so I mean that's good news.
What's like
Close enough.
Close enough, that's all I need to know.
44 is 800.
Yep. We're looking at about another $8,000 for the NVR. That gets us.
Something we need.
Yeah. So we need. Yep. And
You called that what again?
NVR.
NRP, what?
Yeah. NVR. Yeah. Network Video Recorder.
Okay. Oh, that's like a VCR, I didn't know.
Sorry.
Stop it!
You stop.
Don't giggle. That's really a real question.
No VCR references allowed.
And I'm sure there's something else. How about the wiring or the time or?
The wiring is that's what I'm trying to get from Geeson, and that's what we're waiting on.
Okay.
And I mean, I apologize about not having that number for you now.
It's all right.
Got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way that you can do this without wire, like wires?
Oh.
Yes and no.
WRI is something that you gotta put in there, wireless.
The issue is what we're going to run into is the system that we've spec'd out with that NVR. It powers these cameras. So the wire has data, which is recording, and it also has the power, which is a low voltage PoE. If we do those wireless cameras, then no one's going to be running around changing out batteries every couple of months. And I don't really think he wants to do that. The other issue,
that will add up.
the other issue is that if we were to power them in place, but then just having wireless bring the data signal back, is that we have to put battery backups on each one of those locations. Otherwise, within my budget now, I can just put one battery backup downstairs in the server room where we already have access to it and capability to do so, and then just power the whole thing. If the lights go off, we're still recording everything. If the power goes off, we're still recording everything back to that NVR. And we got about 30 days on 96 total cameras. That's our storage. That's kind of our storage limit. That's what this system is spec'd out to be.
Because I'm just a little nervous that at that time, it's 23,000. What's the cost going to be now with wiring for that many more cameras? You may be looking at 3 times that many. I'm just guessing.
I don't know. Brad said he was definitely going to look at this quote and trying to get an idea moving forward. Main reason I printed it off and wanted to show it to you is because our cameras have gotten a lot cheaper. I mean, we cut some costs there, and we're cutting a lot of costs in Nolan and I mounting these things and installing configuration, all that kind of stuff.
I like the cost.
So
up here, I like it.
Where do we get the funds for that?
Capital improvement.
And the money's there to do it.
I would like to say a couple more things. I know that in next year, 2 years, we're looking at improving the jail. This NVR would cover that. So then we just pay for cameras. We don't do the NVR and that kind of stuff. We just do wiring and cameras for the jail. These two are connected, okay? When we decide to do the exterior cameras, you know, and get all four corners, the cars, everything that we talked about there, this NVR will cover that. We're just paying for the cameras and the power supplies.
So how do you get the power out to them? Wiring?
Light poles,
Oh,
110.
Hmm.
Yep.
Wow.
So I do a power supply, which are very, very tough to get right now, which could be an issue, but hopefully when we do this, they're a little more readily available. We do a power supply from 110 down to 24 volt, power everything off of 24 volt. Now the issue that we're going to have is if the lights go out there, we lose power out there, we are going to lose power for our cameras and everything. So once we get power back up, they'll come back up, but you know, we have a power outage, they're not going to catch anything. But our cameras in here in the building will still be on battery, it'll be fine. Same thing with jail on the G.
So do we need anything like this for like our ambulance barns or anything like that? I mean, have you ever done any?
There's nothing on them currently, Paul.
I mean, is that a priority or not?
I'd rather have this than that.
There's a lot more public walking into here. Not saying there's none at all at those buildings, because there could be, but I think this is priority. That
Right.
is a secondary in my mind.
I'm with that.
Now, so could those systems, even the one in Harper and Attica, so they could run back to this NVR?
Run back to this NVR. Yes, sir.
So this, I like that, where the entire thing is the one that saves the stat from.
Oh my gosh, it's a lot cheaper too.
Yeah, and I mean that's the goal, because right now we're operating on two different systems. Like the jail's got their cameras, and then they are looking on our cameras to see people going back and forth. What we're talking about, looking at the orange dot, and you know that's not ideal. But so if we get everything together, we can also separate views, do a sheriff view where they have just their views, the exterior. Like the clerk's office, they can have a view where they can see who's coming in and out of just their door, you know, just on the first floor. Maybe have something.
So you can decide who gets what.
Section it off just like you want it.
You know, I already have.
I guess when you're doing all this, I would like to know how much more it costs to get, you know, cameras like Harper and whatever else. So.
Sure.
Like maybe, if nothing else, just maybe one on the front, so you
Right.
can see.
Walk-in door, who's going in.
I mean, the issue that you're gonna have with the EMS buildings, there's multiple doors. There's people coming in. I mean, Anthony, they're using all three doors, and including the garage doors. I mean, you're not gonna catch everybody. So unless you're gonna put all of those doors on cameras, you're not gonna have a good idea who's coming in and out.
Access point. Might as well get a price and see what it is.
One more thing for you. Talked a little bit with Chris about her improvements, you know, going forward there. She got a quote from Sandiford as well on access system and cameras, replacing their 2 cameras down there. If we do approve this, I'd like to put this in there as well. Instead of doing a Sandiford system just on them, just for their 2 cameras. And then we can add, if they didn't want to do the door access, this system can add door access. And we can run that way. Well, from Sandiford, what they have now, if they want to replace it.
Have you visited with Chris, so she knows that we're thinking about this, that she doesn't pull the trigger on something before we?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to discuss this more before we go.
Sure.
You know, I think on the aspect of public safety and protecting our employees, that's cheap. If you figure, and even like this, I have regrets because we didn't have something to catch the corner of the
Absolutely.
of the health department getting smacked in. So I have regrets that we didn't have something set up better for them. So there's a recent regret of not having something ready.
Sure. I mean, I can tell you my six weeks here. You know, I mean, I see people walking on the first floor all the time. And can I help you find something? Oh, I'm looking for, you know, this. Like it's, you know, there's people coming in and out just down there, not just on this first floor. So,
I think
It's the world we live in.
with the jail and our cameras, it's would probably be best to have some kind of, know who's going in and out down there.
Yeah. How quick can you have something on the wiring deal?
I'll talk to Eason today, see what I can do.
You okay with that? Yeah, you okay with that?
I want to see what it costs.
And I think what he's talking about is maybe figure out something for EMS too on cameras.
Absolutely. I can do that. It'll be the same type of thing here. Get some numbers together for you. I think, maybe not speaking for Nolan, but we can probably do the wiring on those systems and not use Geeson for that one.
I don't think we need cameras like on extension office and senior citizen or anything.
No,
like
yeah,
that.
that's kind of-
Just
that's why I'm-
EMS, yeah.
Those buildings, we're not gonna be looking at drilling 36 inches through a wall to run conduit, so I think that's something we can probably manage.
Okay.
So we'll get you some numbers, I said, well, unless it gets too crazy, we'll take Easton out of that one and just have our total numbers. Okay, so,
Very good.
awesome.
Appreciate this.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. That's a lot cheaper than what I was imagining.
Okay, here's the bridge up there at North. If you want to look at it, it's a big fence. Big fence.
How are you, Sean?
Fellas,
And he's like,
Well-
no, we haven't done anything yet. I'm like,
doing pretty well.
House wants to know.
Survived a big class reunion, great. So, all right, the industrial park. We had a great meeting. Melinda and I met with Wheatland, the two guys that are purchasing the land there at the Harper County Industrial Park, and then we had the appraiser, or we had Matt, and then
Mike Alger, the surveyor.
yes,
Cool.
super fun, nice fella, because he was the one who originally platted the whole thing. So it was, and the reason we wanted to do that, and I kind of had voiced that to you all, is that just getting all those guys in the same room so that they could hash it out instead of me, who I don't understand the voltage and this, that, and the other. So it was really productive. They don't want the crossroad.
In between.
No. So they really would just like to keep it where it's just kind of a big turnaround. They did say for what you would spend on putting a road this way and putting a frontage road this way, they would rather just have this as a big giant kind of turnaround for their equipment and stuff. They certainly do appreciate that we're looking at underground, and talk to Wheatland about how that's going to be and the costs of that. As a matter of fact, they did ask if, because the trenching and everything else that's going to have to go on, if the county would be interested in sharing some of the costs of any of that, because right now, all of that burden would go back onto the landowners, so.
I can't believe they don't want a frontage road.
Well, they expressed that they would just prefer to have their equipment out there, and that a frontage road would really just.
Back them off the highway.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Melinda, obviously, you were there. Is there anything else you want to
They
add?
just felt like the cost to also maintain that road would just be better off spent on maintaining and improving Commerce Avenue.
Yes, and making that turnaround in here.
Bigger.
A better road for them.
A better road through here, and they even talked about even paving. I mean, if you're gonna, if you're really wanting to do some improvements, then do pave this as well, or make it, or what do I want to say? Make it more of a substantial type road.
Well, I mean, there's some rock on it right at the moment.
Yeah. So whatever, yeah. But and what was nice is, like I said, just getting everybody in together and on the same page. And so they expressed like what kind of ampage and voltage and all that kind of stuff. They said if we could widen it to 40 foot, so a combine with a header can drive in, and then Commerce, and then with a wide turnaround. Like I said, they talked about paving down to Denton's, which I don't know what that is. Is that a business?
Shop up on the north
Okay.
side there.
I thought this thing says 80 foot, that road isn't 80 foot already.
No, that's the right of way that we put in there. Mike thought the actual road width was maybe 24 feet.
Yeah. Because the thing that they were also concerned about, if we don't make that Commerce Road nice and smooth or drivable, is because of detached trailers. Does that mean something to you?
Low void trailers.
Oh, they
Bumps,
won't like that when they take it off.
Yeah. Well, like if you have to go over bumps or whatever, apparently
Okay.
there's the.
They sit so low to the ground.
Yeah, I'm quite, this road, does it have terraces running all the way through it now, Linda, or do they stop the terraces up the road?
They have culverts that pass underneath.
So, my next question is, they're gonna flatten all the terraces off? So they're gonna have to build that up to their.
They're gonna have to build it up, yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
because they wouldn't be able to go with level work.
And that's the problem, is there is gonna be a lot of dirt work, and so, and they both acknowledge that they are appreciating and the good deal that they're getting on the land, but the work that they're gonna be, and the money that they're gonna be putting into it
Cause they're gonna have
to make it
raise all that
usable and, you know, is gonna cost them a pretty penny as well. So that's why,
You can't have a cake and eat too, I mean, that's the way I look at it.
So you got, they're gonna have to do a lot, they're gonna have to raise all that up and put their buildings on, the pad gonna go up, so my question is, where are they gonna do all that dirt at? On this property, cause all of them's gonna want it flat, right, and we're gonna have water out there and they can't
So
lower it.
what we did on like where Hay Grinder Man is, he built his pad and then that culvert goes around the back of his building and meets the ditch. So
Okay.
he just kind of rerouted.
And move water director and bounce on?
yeah.
Just driving by though, it looks like the guy to the south lot is gonna have the most work to do.
Right.
Yes, absolutely, and he knows that, and he was the one who asked because of that if there would be any way to help share the cost of like the trenching and some of the stuff that's gonna have to be done for the electrical and or.
And so for example, when we did the water line with the city of Anthony, our road and bridge guys dug the trench and then the city of Anthony laid the pipe. And so maybe what we were thinking is our contribution to the electric line is we could trench it while Wheatland is laying it. But that's up to you guys.
Yeah, from my understanding.
I don't, well, putting it in would be a lot easier with a trencher as a backhoe.
It'd go a lot quicker, wouldn't it?
I'd rather run a big trencher than use a backhoe. You're gonna be there within your bucket. You only need a trench for electrical line.
And you probably don't, but any idea what that's gonna cost us to do that? Okay.
Well, the electrical.
When they say share, how, I mean, what percent are they talking?
They were talking about us handling the dirt, the trenching.
We can handle the trenching. Just electrical, the lines are gonna be expensive.
Yeah, what was it, $15 a foot is what they'll have to pay?
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. There's
Yeah.
3 of them in there.
So that's why if we could at least do the dirt work, the trenching, I don't know that they're not necessarily saying, okay, share the cost of the
Dig the
installation.
hole, dig the hole,
Yeah.
put it in there.
No,
That's not
they're just
bad.
saying if we could alleviate any of the cost, like Melinda was saying, you know, by doing the trenching or some of the work that, you know, we have the capabilities of doing, so nothing.
So, I know there's gonna be a transformer, because they're coming off the road, and there's gonna be a transformer down here at this circle drive somewhere. We already talked about
Yes,
that.
yes.
Okay, is that transformer gonna be for both locations, or are we gonna have another stop in here somewhere for this other, there's gonna be 2 stops? Because surely I'm not gonna trench all the way down one line and trench all the way back to this building.
No, they'll come off the road,
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll just trench all the way through, and then put their pedestal up to get one building, and then they can put their pedestal up.
Anything that's right along the dirt road or the front there, they can get power to pretty easily, because they've already got poles and stuff.
Well-
But it's the like you said, those 2 south lots, and then eventually, hopefully, the fifth lot, which is right there between Hay Grinder Man and the other one. And so,
Well, in my opinion, I think the road needs to be definitely wider than 24 foot. And it needs to be, I mean, I don't mind doing the road work, but bring the road in, our graders, and do the trench work. I have trouble doing the road work, to make the road flat, because
Well,
I think them terraces gotta leave.
Our guy's gonna have to do the terraces, they're the one that built them, so,
Yeah.
wasn't they? Yeah.
But they're gonna be flat and all that, I mean,
yeah,
which we're not making a pad, so I guess whoever the contractor's making the pad to take care of it, right?
Yep.
I mean,
Right.
So, I
right.
mean, we take care of the road and the electrical trench, I have no trouble with that.
Well, but I wanna know the trench, what that's gonna cost us first before we.
Yeah.
Exactly, and of course, you're gonna have water to do,
Water's already there.
Water's already done.
to trench to the buildings though.
That's
They want
on
us to-
them.
That's
Huh?
fine.
That's on them.
That's on them, okay, alright.
We got the deal there, they go from there to the building.
So, I mean, I just wanted to, like I said, just get everybody in the same room, kind of get everybody thinking the same way, and then just report back to you. This is obviously not a done deal, and we've got many more conversations ahead, so
Yeah.
we just kind of wanted to give you an update.
Yeah,
And-
I'm okay, at least entertain that.
But I'm like Brian, I'd like to see the cost of that first.
Well, I know on a city, like on a service, I don't know, but is there any transformers out there now on poles of any kind or anything?
There's one at Hay Grinder Man, but that's it.
Because you know, a service like the water line, and they take the water to the meter and you're on your own. Well, actually, electricity, we get the electricity out there and then they're on our own to get the,
Right.
Right.
I mean, that's just normal.
Okay.
And then the other thing we talked, Mike Alger is gonna work up the new easement for the road to widen it and make that cul-de-sac bigger so they can turn around. And they asked also, because they've been working on getting quotes on steel buildings, and the timing to get a steel building is pretty far out. And so currently the deeds that we have drafted is a 12-month time period for them to have something done, and they are asking to extend that to 18 months.
Can we visit about that when we get closer to time?
Yeah, you could always just say, okay, you're delayed, I'll give you a 6-month extension.
Don't you think 80 foot's a little bit overkill though?
8 foot what?
80 foot?
Well, that's,
That's
That's the ditches
easement
and
right now.
everything.
That's the
Yeah.
easement. The road's only 24 foot.
They would like a 40-foot road.
Which would fit in our existing easement.
Yes.
I mean, they want the road to be wider, so it's 24 foot.
Yeah, I get that. They're gonna be bringing some big stuff back there.
Yeah, I don't know if they're.
Why, yeah, I get it.
Well, and you have to realize, like, James from Ag Auto said that he's looking at least 10 jobs. So we're also talking, you know, a decent amount of jobs
Yep.
and taxes
Oh, yeah.
once these
And
things.
moving here.
Yeah, so, and I'm working on housing, so we're gonna have some place to put them. So, I mean, it's, you know, I
This-
know
unless-
it's
unless-
growing pains, but they're good growing pains.
But the month thing, it looks like to me, if they can prove they've already purchased the building, they may not put it up, doesn't make a big difference, it's just, you know, we're gonna move it out to 18 months, but nothing's been done as far as purchasing the building. right?
Well, and I think both of them,
Right.
yeah, I think as long as you see steady improvement.
Sure, yeah.
You know, and I think that would have to be kind of a stipulation, and that's what I basically told James, because I think James is the one that's worried, because he's got the 2 lots on the end
Right.
that's gonna take extensive dirt work and this and that and the other, plus he's still trying to operate. I mean, they're both trying to do their businesses and this and that and the other, and the other thing we talked about is they're kind of, you know, right now, they're both in the middle of fall harvest, they're both in the middle of kind of a peak time right now, so they're not even thinking about moving forward on these projects until probably after the first of the year, so, yeah, or at least, I mean, they're making phone calls and doing what they can, but as far as, you know, physically making this happen, and I told them as long as,
There's
I
progress
said,
being made.
yes, I said, I feel as long as progress is being made, we're continuing to touch base. I will continue to update you guys and let you know that, yes, we're moving forward, but if it starts to stagnate, then yeah, we'll be like, hey,
Yeah,
we've
so
gotta
that's why
see-
I'd rather wait until we see.
yeah, we
what's
need to
not
see
going
some
on.
movement, we need to
Yeah.
see that this is still
Because in,
happening.
12 months, if nothing's happened at all, there's gonna be some questions.
It's hard to push it back 6 months. if
Okay.
nothing's
Right.
going on.
Feeds all the way to that pond.
I would assume,
But you're also talking about, you know, like materials and stuff that are taking
Oh,
4 to
yeah.
6 months long.
Oh, it's the same, any of us is doing
Yeah,
anything.
it's so
you know?
stupid right now, so.
So, I guess, probably what needs to happen is that road, if they want that road widened out and flattened out, because if they're gonna be hauling stuff in there to do the dirt work at some point, that probably needs to be some kind of priority, right? I mean, or do they just want to leave the road like it is for now and we'll do it later?
So, Denzel said because they're gonna have to trench under that road
Oh, yeah.
to get to that lot that's just south of Hay Grinder Man for electric. They said they would prefer the electric be done first before we spend a lot of money on the road,
Okay,
if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
Okay,
so we need to see kind of an idea what it's gonna cost us to trench then, I think we can get that going.
I've got that right there. We need
Okay.
to see the cost of what it will take to trench.
Now, when you say trench, is it possible we can get like a cost of, renting a trench here, one of our guys running?
Like a ditch witch.
Yes.
That's kind of what I was hoping for.
Hey,
Look at me knowing that
I'm not really looking for
terminology.
somebody to do it for us, I'm looking like somebody just to rent a ditch witch and
Right.
we trench it with one of our guys.
Okay, well, do you want me to?
And maybe Shelley delegate that to Mike downstairs.
Okay.
Have him research what.
And you're probably gonna have to go out of county, because the one they have up there, I don't think it's big enough.
Well, it's only gonna be like I'm guessing a 2-inch PVC.
I
Maybe.
know, but that one's pretty slow, believe me, I've used it.
Another guy you can check with would be Harlan out of,
Yeah, I just,
Or rent from, what's it called, in Wichita, ABC or whatever.
Yeah.
yeah, I can check. with
Rental
them.
would be, but I know
Harry.
Harlan's got a big trencher.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
So,
And that would be local and
Just
good,
numbers.
good stuff. I just
You know, I
actually
know where to-
visited.
I mean, if Mike thinks the
Yeah.
one in Harper works, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that,
Okay.
Hey, and how did you get them to mow, or did you have to say something, or?
but, yeah, they did mow it again.
Yeah, so thanks to whoever did that, was that,
Oh, the industrial park?
yeah? You didn't know anything about it? Okay, well, I was just gonna say thumbs up for that,
Yeah.
but I don't know who to say it to.
Probably our guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Our guys did, yeah, I just asked them to put it on their list when they're in the area.
so.
So it just happened this year, did you know that? Yeah. Good job, then.
Yeah, hey, you know, I think that it happens.
Pat
That's
on the
the
back.
magic.
If you walk by there, that's
They-
I don't know
They
who
didn't
was
want to
in there.
deal with me, so they went ahead and just did it.
Okay, I don't know who was doing it, so.
Oh, God, you got Wall Smith, but you ain't got me. Yeah.
Okay, so the next thing is I actually showed you the leadership program stuff. It's not anything that I feel that you guys have to sign off on or I mean, like, make a motion or anything. I just want to make sure that you guys are good. I'm going to go ahead and launch, put these out. I'm hoping for 8 to 10 this first go round. I will continue to, I'm still working on the schedule, but we're going to try and kick off on November 17th. But I need to get the applications and stuff out, and I just want to make sure you guys are okay with
That's
that.
what you sent.
Yeah, that's what I sent. And
Yeah,
like I
thought it was all
said,
right.
program tuition is $50 again, just to make, so Dolly Mathis actually has money left over from the Harper County leadership program that she did before, and I've been working
Oh.
with Dolly. So most of our funding will actually come from that. But again, I really do always feel like if you don't have a buy-in, then you're not as
I
dedicated
agree.
or as committed. So plus it helps us just to build that fund up for future. So anyway, I'll probably get with our media folks and Jason to kind of get the word out that we're looking at applications. It's a really simple application, just because I don't want people to not nominate people. So
I would
anyway.
guess that would fill up fast, but I could be wrong.
Well, yeah, and I don't know what to expect the first year. I mean, I've kind of planted the seed with a couple of people,
Yeah.
because it's not just a tour. It's not just a
No.
5-hour tour. It is, we are going to have curriculum. We are going to try and do a trip to Topeka to meet with our legislators, and so we're going to do some things that I think will put Harper County in a good position for future leaders. So manufacturing day was great. Last Friday we had all the sophomores in the district, both Attica, or I guess in the whole county, Attica and Chappie. Great time. Our manufacturers were excellent. While I was out at Elko, I got to visit with Audrey's husband. What's his first name? Steve. And there's some great things that are happening out there. And as a matter of fact, Marla Canfield from Department of Commerce is going to be here Thursday, and so I'm going to take her there to meet hopefully with their new owners and talk about maybe some expansion and stuff out there, because they are so excited about what's going on there. We did get another cut of our video. However, the group of us is going to meet tomorrow to talk about it, like, you know, before we sign off on it. Of course, you all will see it. Did you all get to see the first? Okay.
I liked it. I'll tell you guys, it was
Pretty good, huh?
Oh, the people that you used, and are there more people in the next round, was your saying?
Yes, so the next one will be directly about the incentives, like the actual,
Oh.
so this was more of just a, hey, take a look at us, we want to support you and your small
And it
business.
talked about that, real stuff, not just flowery,
Right.
there were people talking about the programs that are out there.
Yes,
And rather than, hey, look at us, we're doing all, no, there were people
yes, that
saying
actually,
that there's money out there for businesses, and it's
Yeah.
a simple process, it's a
yeah.
one line, here's what we're doing, here's my signature.
We just want to get the idea that Harper County is open for business and that we will support you if you take a chance on
Yeah,
us.
I like it, Shelley.
Yeah, good.
I know you sent it to us.
I did.
I
Get us
got
with
the,
that other paperwork, yeah.
Okay, last but not least, an update on COVID grants. I had the best job last week. I got to deliver checks. And before I'm done, I do want to give a huge shout out because the parameters around that grant is once the money gets into your account, they have to turn in a pretty quick time, because it's not our money. I mean, so that everybody understands, it's the state's money that's going to our local businesses, and so but the county, is the one who submits or puts the checks in. And I have to give kudos to Melinda and Kelsey and all of their staff and Michelle. It was a real team effort, and I really appreciate that everybody did. They went above and beyond to get those checks done, and then I got all the glory by getting to deliver them.
Yeah.
And hugs and love and all that.
Everybody loved it.
No, it was. I know. It was pretty fun to walk into a business with a big check and be like, "Here you go.
Yeah.
You're welcome."
Thank
All
you,
right,
Shelley.
guys.
Thank you.
You
Appreciate
bet.
you.
Thanks.
Melinda.
There's a movie. I watched that.
Video. It is good.
Oh, okay. I knew I got it. It seemed like I had a problem or two after I. Yeah.
Okay, the first thing we have is the audit proposals. I checked with Richard and he asked me to reach out to each of the vendors and see if they were okay with proceeding, knowing that one was open, and they both said, sure, go ahead and open them. So here you go.
Thank you.
You need a bigger drawer?
No, I do not need a bigger door.
Need a cleanup card.
It's gonna happen.
The first bid is from Varney and Associates. Sorry.
That
Ooh.
would cost you a taxi.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, you only have a sip left in there? All right, first one from Varney's. I always hate looking for prices on these.
Get the last page highlighted.
Yeah, probably. For all the advertising. Here we go. It's not highlighted. Okay, 2-year contract. 2021 would be $18,900. Single audit, $2,500. Total, $21,400. So the 2-year contract would be that same price for both of those years. A 3-year contract, $17,900. Single audit, $2,500. Total, $20,400 a year for a 3-year contract. If we do not meet the delivery deadline, a $100 per day penalty will be assessed, reducing the quoted prices above. Okay, we prepare our contracts on a not to exceed basis, which means the price you choose is the maximum annual fee for the duration of the contract. These services will be billed when the products have been delivered. You are considered a valued client, therefore any incidental accounting questions that may arise will be included in the proposed bid. If the need arises requiring the engagement team to render additional services, we would discuss the additional services and the related fees before beginning the work. Our normal rates range from $90 to $220 per hour. That is Varney's.
You didn't open it for you.
I set it over there for him to do that. He's gonna
Good, you're
I
good.
don't want to use it though.
Don't want to dull the blade.
I just put it out there, see.
This is from Lindbergh, Vogel, Pierce, Ferris. You may not want me to ask that, but I was gonna ask how long it'll be on that last year, you know, how many days? Or can I ask that?
I don't know how many
Is that who we have last?
Yes.
That is our current.
Current.
Yeah.
We probably need
It should have been June 1st and it was sometime in August. So probably
Okay.
almost 60 days, probably.
before we approve those next week, can you make sure you know, please?
Yep.
Okay. So
Are you satisfied with the auditing firm here?
So for Lindbergh, Vogel, Pierce, Ferris, Chartered, audit service fees for the year ending December 31st, 2021, $23,900. For the year ending December 31st, 2022, $23,900. For the year ending December 31st, 2023, $23,900. So for the single audit, we estimate the projected fees for services performed on federal award programs, if required, will be $8,000 to $14,000 for the first major program required to be audited, and an additional $3,000 to $5,000 for each additional major program to be audited. So a little bit different price there.
All right, so I will take these and Linda and I will take a look at them and then we'll present a recommendation next week.
Okay, sounds good.
And I will look up the timeline on that.
What's this?
That was for, what did you tell that for?
It's for KDHE.
Okay, so the next thing, you can't be open that?
Yes, please. It's probably the same. I think they just sent it under a separate
Okay.
envelope.
Well, actually for your district open.
It's for a project in Harper. And so we have been working with KDHE on remediation of the gas station property in Harper. And this is the final step to finish that cleanup. And so what happens is KDHE goes out for bid to clean up the soil contamination and install monitoring wells. So this is the agreement for the contractor to do that work. KDHE reviews the bids and they make sure the bid meets all the qualifications, and then they recommend who they would use. Everybody met that, so they're just saying go with the low bid. And so they're recommending GSI Engineering to perform that work. Richard has reviewed this. He said the only thing he would not do is in this packet, there is a temporary power of attorney for GSI so that they could just bill KDHE directly and KDHE pay them. He said you don't want to do that. He said we need to pay the contractor and get reimbursed by KDHE.
That way we know it's done.
That way we know it's done.
Yep. I agree with that.
So do we need to change something on that?
Nope, we just don't fill that part out.
Okay.
That's optional.
Are they the only company that?
No.
So how do we, so,
But this is the one that they're recommending.
well, I know, but if they do the same amount of work, is that the cheapest one?
Well, it's kind of out of our hands. That's for
So 4 companies provided bids and GSI was the cheapest.
And that's who they recommend.
And that's who they recommended.
We don't really have much control. It's kind of.
Yeah.
That's fine. I just want to know how they picked them. They got a buddy here.
Well, but that's, and the other thing is I want to make sure when they pull the dirt out, where's the dirt go? When
They're responsible for hauling that off.
so they can take it to whoever they want down the road.
They're
'Cause
not
that's-
supposed to. They're supposed to dispose of it.
But what was the problem we hit last time with them?
So this is a separate contractor than did the first round. The first round when we actually removed the tanks disappeared and were not disposed of properly.
I heard that.
And so that's between them and KDHE, unfortunately.
I know where they went.
Yeah.
You're not the only one. Because we got told.
So if you're okay with that, you would just approve the contract with GSI. And that second page, that power of attorney, do not fill that out.
Okay.
The
Let's
third.
hold that one.
Oh, so
That's
third
not,
page.
that's not.
Yeah.
Okay, and Richard's approved on this, I guess, because
Yes.
he sent an email or something, okay. All right.
So you don't need a motion, you just need,
We do need a
I need a
motion.
motion to accept that, even though it's not really our deal.
Yeah.
I will make that motion.
Okay, Jeff made the motion to accept the contract with GSI Engineering LLC. Can I announce the dollar amount on it?
Yes.
For $33,919 to be paid by, this is through the KDHE.
Well, we pay it, but we get reimbursed by
So
KDHE.
we're gonna be reimbursed for it. Jeff made the motion, all in favor?
Aye. So will that completely finish us up on that property up there?
That should be the last step, yep.
Where does KDHE get the money to do that? Is that a fund that's been set aside to remediate situations like this?
Yes, but I don't know where that funding comes from. I don't know if it's federal pass-through or,
Is that the same thing that they use for oil and, I guess I need the KCC that does that stuff,
Yeah.
that regulates oil and gas, not KDHE. Okay.
Did you want this or not?
yes, I'll take that. Okay, you saw in your packet the CAC building across the street. What do you want to list that property for?
Is there a shower and stuff in there?
No.
I was gonna say, I can't remember, so it cannot be changed to residential because it's not.
Yeah, the only way they could change it to residential is if they put in a bathroom facility, a full bathroom.
So the buyers would have to do that, we don't want to do that, do we
That's
guys?
correct.
That's not mine.
Yep, so we'll list it as commercial, and if they want to rezone it later, that's totally up to them.
I thought we were talking like six, yeah.
Yeah, so currently Matt has it appraised at 42,270.
He gave us an idea for listing his commercial, I think we ought to follow his, no, for residential, I think we ought to follow his residential dollar amount.
You
Is
think?
What about, I mean, that's a heck of a nice little place
It
right
is nice,
there.
yeah.
Is that a lot or lot?
Now, didn't,
It's got several lots of it.
It's 3.5.
3.5 lot, okay.
didn't you say though that one part of the lot is residential?
Yeah, so the back lot where the parking is zoned residential.
So it's, they said no matter what, we need to clean that up though, right? I mean.
Well, when it sells, they'll have to
They'll
put it
have
all
to do
underneath whatever somebody's buying it for. What, and I haven't looked it up yet, what did those buildings on Main Street, they're listed now, where are they listed at?
325,
For one, or for all of
all
them?
of it.
So they're not breaking them apart. So how many are left there for sale?
I don't
Are
know,
there 4 there?
there's 3 or 4
I
probably.
thought there was maybe 4, so 325 you
Actually, it
said?
might be 3.5 if American Family has theirs,
So 350
maybe.
divided by 5 maybe? Or are there 4? There's 4 there.
There's 4.
That's $87,500 a piece. And they're not even finished out or nothing.
Mhm.
I'm okay with the $60,000.
Yeah, I think so too.
So if this is a real estate, shouldn't we be?
You don't think it should be that much?
I think it'd be, yeah, at least that.
Oh,
Have you ever been in that building?
well done.
It's kind of a nice building.
It looks really sharp now that it's all painted one color and the flooring all matches.
Yeah, I'm okay with 60,000. I think that's probably the best place to start.
Yeah.
If it's
see what
not,
happens.
let's say in 30 to 60 days, if not, then we'll
Okay.
just drop that price.
I'll get a sign put in the yard.
Do you need a motion to do that to go?
Yes.
No less than 60.
So, motion, John?
I'll make the motion.
Jeff made the motion.
Do I need to put a dollar figure or?
For, yeah, the starting price will be 60,000.
I'll make the motion to, starting price be at 60,000 on the lot across the street.
What's the address on that?
103 West Stedman.
All right, Jeff made the motion for listing it at 60,000. All in favor?
Okay, next is, since we are switching vending companies for EMS, and they have a HIPAA business associate agreement to sign for our new vendor, and Richard has reviewed this, he made a couple changes, and the new billing company made those changes, so he's okay with this agreement. And this is so that they can have access to our records.
All right, need a motion to sign this, guys. All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, quite a folder there.
Oh my gosh. Next, I have your financial reports for the month of September.
Thank you.
And you're gonna tell us a bunch of good news.
Sure. You know, September was a pretty good month.
Thank you.
Okay, so on page 1, everybody's budgets should be trending. For expenditures, you should have more than 25% left because we're 3/4 of the way through the year. So everybody is doing really well. Their expenditures, the only one isn't is commission. You're just barely under at 23% because of the cell phone usage that we've talked about. Because we did not budget for those this year, but it is for next year. On page 2 are the other funds, like Road and Bridge and EMS. Everybody is doing really well, except 911 fees is trending a little bit under budget for that. And that is just because they have quarterly expenses, so that should round out by the time the end of the year comes. But we'll keep an eye on that one.
What's the reimbursables? What's that? Explain to me.
So that is like for Road and Bridge, if they do a FEMA project and they get reimbursed for it, that comes into that reimbursement account.
Okay, so what number should that be? 40%? Is that?
Well, that's their total revenue.
Okay.
So, sorry, that's their total expense. So they have a lot of budget left. They have 40% instead of 25.
Okay.
So they do really well.
Just, if I remember right on that, we took a lot of material buying out of our next year, right? Road and Bridge, we decided not to,
Yes, that, and there was some positions that you still haven't filled.
so trying to keep enough left in that, so maybe we can buy a metal next year.
Yeah.
Move
Yep.
over to
I
that.
think that's not gonna be a problem. Looks to me like that's
Yeah.
gonna be.
Okay,
pretty
well,
healthy.
but it's gonna have to be because of price of iron.
Oh, yeah. No, I would get cheaper about that.
Okay, so page 3 is your revenue. So as we talked about this morning, I highlighted in yellow that mineral production tax. You have a negative revenue for that line item, and that is because the distribution was paid out of that account, and it should not have been. And so once that transfer is posted in October, you will get, that should rectify itself and get back to normal. The other thing that's highlighted there in red is that was the NRP refunds that the treasurer paid out of the wrong account, and that has been corrected.
Okay, in June, yeah.
In the June, yep. So there's one remaining tax distribution coming up this month in October, so we should be pretty good on revenue. As you can see there at the bottom, that total revenue, you only have 0.76% left of your revenue to collect when you should have 25%. So you've collected more revenue than you've expected. So, good news.
And the good sales are up.
Yeah. So pages 4 through 9 are just the individual budgets if you want to look at anybody's specific line items that you can see kind of where they're at by salary, contractual commodities, etc. But everybody's doing really well on their spending. I think a lot of departments do that towards the end of the year. They're more cautious as they watch their bottom line. So those are 4 through 9. And I want to go back to page 6 real quick. You can see highlighted there in yellow, the sheriff's department only had $2,000 spent in salaries. Once that October transfer is posted to correct that school resource officer fund, that will be corrected. So it kind of looks like he's doing well, really well on his budget, but it's because that was just posted wrong.
So he's not doing as good as he thought he was.
He's still doing all right, even with that. Okay, so page 10 is just again the revenue for your other departments. Road and Bridge, I highlighted there in yellow for September. They did receive that federal fund exchange check, so that's been deposited, and we weren't expecting that, so that's really nice. So you might have a little extra there to carry over.
That's good.
Everybody else is doing pretty good on budget for revenue, except the health department is still trending a little bit off. So hopefully that'll come back in. Page 10 at the bottom, health department. They still shows that they have 45% of their revenue to collect. So
Probably not gonna happen.
probably not going to happen.
Unless they get a gig, maybe.
Unless they have another COVID grant or something come in, so the very last page is going to be your cash analysis. In the months previous, we had kind of highlighted our excess or shortages in red, and this month we don't have any. So that's good news. We still need to kind of keep a watch on the health department, Department on Aging, and that 911 fund, just to make sure we have enough cash to kind of end the year. But everybody is looking really good.
And remind me again what happened with the 911 fund deposit.
That Nixle payment was paid out of the wrong account,
Okay.
and so we've now corrected that. So hers should start rebounding.
Okay.
Sorry, cash carryover 15%. Is that the number we're shooting to have then?
Yeah, but we're not gonna get there for a couple of years probably, just because we've been so short. So the state budget office, when they do training, they recommend that you carry over 15%, and we're getting close to that in most funds, but
See, didn't it used to be 10% when I got on? Why did I think that?
it did.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it did go up, just because things are getting so much more expensive and just unknown stuff happening.
Well, some of them we're really close to a lot of them.
Yeah,
Well, if we were figuring 10%, we would have had that.
The health department's not.
yeah, the health department is the biggest worry right now.
Well, that. Okay, that's what you did, whatever it be. Department of Aging, prison.
And we also have to keep in mind that at this time last year, our delinquent tax rate was only 2.9%, and this year it's 5.4. And so we do have more delinquent taxes than we have in quite some time, and that kind of affects your budget and affects the schools and everybody.
Yeah, I seen that in person. That needs to pay for a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
The lines of.
Yeah. All right, so that's your financial report.
Good.
A couple of things I'd like to point out, just as side notes, is we also will have another transfer coming up, because when Linda and I were doing the tax roll reconciliation, we found that the treasurer's office was posting delinquent tax payments in the current tax fund, and so there'll be another big transfer to clean all of that up, and so that will help those funds get a correct balance in them. There's also, like Linda said, that negative fund balance in the check reconciliation account that we need to get cleaned up. And then there are also quite a few stale dated checks that need to be cleaned up that are past a year old. So we'll be working with those departments.
Can I ask this with Linda? Let's say someday that you're not in this position and Linda's not here anymore, okay? So at one time, remember I was pushing to not have that position.
Yes.
Okay, so let's say that that were to happen. Who or how would those mistakes be caught? Would they be caught by the auditor at the end of the year?
Yeah, and you'll be deemed. So basically, for these last couple of years, we've had a clean audit. No errors, no transfer needed, that kind of thing. So if they're the ones that are gonna be responsible for catching this, not only will it be more expensive, but you'll have to have adjusting journal entries and a not clean audit report.
So by expensive, what kind of dollars are we talking about?
I don't know, because we've not had that.
So whatever extra we have to, like I was just reading on some of those quotes, whatever
Yes.
extra it costs us, that's what it's.
That's what it's gonna be. Yeah. Because Linda and I do a lot of pre-work before the auditors even get here to make sure that everything balances before we even give it to them, so.
So you're talking about 2,500 or whatever it is for each.
Occurrence, probably.
So it'll add up pretty quick if you think about all the things that we've
Or
heard.
that would catch the year.
And for instance, like Linda and I also check to make sure our funds are being reconciled. And the CID account has not been reconciled since July. The HRA account is the same way. And so we really need to get those caught up before we have an issue. Because it's much easier to catch them month by month than 6 months down the road. So, and I do need a very quick 5-minute executive session for personnel with Amy to stay.
Let's make that 15. So I'll make that motion for a 15-minute executive session. Subject to be discussed will be personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. Opening meeting will resume in this room at 12:15. All in favor? Aye.
Oh.
Right on time.
Are you over here in front?
Yes.
Yeah.
No action?
Not yet, they're getting ready to leave, gotcha.
What do you want me to do?
We gonna make that motion.
Oh.
Just read that right there. To approve that.
Okay.
For,
I make the motion to Lynn McCurley to be the telecommunity request form, or whatever you call it.
make a motion to approve the telecommuting request form.
Isn't that what I said?
I heard that perfectly.
You'll sign it, please.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're not quite on the, we're close.
Hello,
Oh.
how are you?
Who gets this?
We're just an hour behind.
Thank you. That's
Not
all.
bad.
Okay.
It's raining, everybody.
Moving slow. I have two personnel status forms. One is for a new hire in the health department. We've got an attendant care provider hired. Another one is for the health department also, and this was from last week when we approved for the attendant care providers to go ahead and move up to the new scale. We've only got one right now, so she's the one that's getting
Fine.
the change, yep. The next thing,
Your helpful.
last week we discussed maybe some help for our new hires or people that don't have the PTO and are running into COVID issues. This weekend I came up with an idea, and honestly I just thought of it over the weekend. So this is a tentative. The highlighted portion is what's changed in the PTO policy. And what this would do, and again, this is just an idea. What this would do would allow certain employees with advanced approval by the Board of County Commissioners to go negative on their PTO. So, and we would limit it to 40 hours. No one can go negative more than 40 hours. It has to be approved by the board. At this point, I don't see anything wrong with making it specific to a COVID-related absence. What are your thoughts on that? You know, if someone voluntarily terminates before they have been able to build that negative balance up to zero, then they would have to pay us back for
It'd come
that.
out of their check.
Yeah, it would
whatever
come out of their
check.
final check.
If they had enough in their final check to pay that back, what happens if they didn't have that?
Well, I suppose we would just
Well, it'd
eat
be a
it.
week's worth of check, surely. Well, maybe they didn't work a full week somewhere.
It is a drop
Or
off.
2 weeks, like a 2 weeks check, right?
I say we stick to 40.
I mean, no,
Yeah.
it's, we pay her in 2 weeks, right?
Yes, we
So
do.
surely there'd be a week's worth of money.
It just depends on their end date.
You never seen somebody just leave?
Yeah, I've seen
Drop their keys off and go. But
I mean,
it's,
it's the best we can do, I think.
it's just a suggestion. I didn't know if this is something you all would even consider.
I'm okay with it during COVID quarantines and all that stuff. As soon as this COVID, who knows, it'll never go away.
Well, some of it will go away after our part-time people are over, or after 6 months. Or
But
whatever.
I mean, the policy itself,
Right.
I'm changing that.
Yeah,
That's the only reason I wanna do it is for if somebody's on a forced quarantine, that we're still taking care of those people.
And the way I've got it written is it would apply to new hires that are still within their 6-month waiting period and also full-time employees that maybe don't have the PTO left. You know,
I
it
think
could
they
be.
have to do that.
I think so too, because it's not their fault, you know, if they're being.
I've asked this
forced
several times,
to-
how come we have a 6 month instead of a 90-day? Was it instead of 3 months instead of?
I don't know. So
Is
is
that
that like
what
that
you-
since I?
That's what it's been since I started, and I'm okay with the 6 month because I feel like you've put some time in.
Is that when our benefits start, or when our start?
Benefits start the beginning of the month after 30 days,
So then,
but they're paying for that too, so there's some of the skin in the game there. But for 6 months was a PTO, just because it's a big PTO benefit.
It's huge. We get a lot of hours.
Mhm.
Give about.
but they're earning starting,
They start immediately, yeah, so after that 6 months, they have half of a bucket available.
see what I'm saying? So, I just asked that question.
So at 90 days, you give them half of that bucket at 90 days then?
Or 90 days worth.
90 days worth, I wouldn't give them all of it. They just bill and collect it at 90 days, so they wait 6 months.
Change
I
the
don't
waiting
know.
period.
I trust what Amy says on that.
I do
Is
too.
that she's around us all day long, so if she's okay with 90 days, I'd go with 90 days, but if you wanted to keep it at 6 months,
I don't know, I kinda like 6 months, just because I feel like it's not hard to stay somewhere for 90 days and then take a week of vacation.
I agree with that.
Yeah, 3 months and then you get a week
6
off.
months is a little more,
It's pretty bud, isn't it?
yeah, but it's not whatever you guys want.
It's because they
I'll give
recruit
6
so
months.
fast.
Yeah, I'll give 6 months, I guess.
They're really.
Well, see, it's a little different. We was 90 days, but you didn't cure any vacation at that point until a year. So there was no.
So you couldn't use it at all.
So actually, we're way ahead of that anyway, at 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm good with it.
All right.
What do you think? Do you like this idea? Is there anything that makes you nervous?
Well, there's something that makes me nervous, but I think it's,
I still don't want to get stuck in that book forever. There's a reason why.
just, but I have it COVID related. You're not gonna need to take a couple of days off of PTO for something else.
Right.
The forced quarantine, that's
Forced
the problem.
quarantine, that's correct. And it has to be, you have to have somebody telling you forced quarantine. You say, hey, I'm not gonna wait, so I'm gonna stay home this week. I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so we need a motion to change that policy in the policy book, right?
To add the negative PTO balance to the policy.
That letter F, to add that to the policy book, we need a motion. Negative PTO balance.
So moved.
Made the motion to add the letter F, negative PTO balance clause, all in favor? Aye.
Do we want, effective date?
Today.
Make it effective today.
Don't you think?
Yep.
Now, making it effective today is not gonna
Oh,
help anyone that
that's
might.
2 weeks ago then.
No, but you have to start somewhere. When did you want to make it effective?
Well, I know that there's a specific individual that brought this about.
Right, and we knew that. We told him that last week. We couldn't
Okay.
fix that.
Okay.
There was no way we could, and I assume that person's back to work now.
Yes.
So, yeah, and he knew that. We told him there's no way to change this.
Okay. So make it effective today.
Yep. Right? You need to make that motion to amend the motion.
Put in the motion to have the effective date.
Well, I hate showing the guy a check because he wasn't able to, was forced to stay home.
What do you want to make it effective a week ago? And then,
I want to make sure our employees are taken care of, and I don't want, because that's the reason this all came on, because we was gonna not be able to pay a guy a week.
If we retro it back to September 27th, then that would include this last pay period
okay.
and the October 15th
But-
check.
And he, or she, may decide they want to go negative. This is just the option. But this is their option then. I just don't like not taking care of our people.
Is there anybody else that we didn't do this for in the past that this is going to affect in the last month or so?
Not
Last couple
that
months.
recently, no.
So it's happened to somebody
We have had people take time unpaid.
for COVID.
Mhm.
I think they ought to have the same option. I just don't
Well,
like that.
you're going to make her a nightmare going back trying to figure out.
Well, the problem, I just don't like,
Well, that's what I'm saying, making it retro for this one person. It's more
Yes,
than
I'm-
that. There's more than just one person that you're going to do it retro for to do it for one. That's why I said from today moving on.
I just don't like not being able to take care of
I
them.
know.
And I don't like not taking care of them over.
Because they want less headaches, you just make it today. I get what you're saying.
And I agree with you there on that.
I just don't want, like, not taking care of people, being forced to stay home. Because they're gonna be sitting in a tractor with air conditioner.
How many people are we talking that we'd have to go back and look at?
I can go back and look. I don't have a number right off.
Talking 10, 5,
Handful,
4,
maybe 5.
because we didn't have that many new employees when it's only happened, COVID's been, what, 2 years now?
Well, and several aren't here anymore. And we could go back to January 1 if you want to do it that way, because 12/31 is when the FFCRA stuff ended, as far as the
That's when the-
mandated.
That's when the
benefits.
government wasn't paying.
That's when they stopped making it mandatory that we.
So we haven't, what new employees we've had since January 1 that they're forced to stay home, couldn't get too many.
Well, new or full-time that are out of PTO.
Well, if they's out of PTO, they already had it to use, and if they didn't keep it, that was not the new, because you're talking new people, is about what we're
No,
talking.
this is new and full-time. I don't think you can just give it to new hires.
No,
I think
it's
you
gotta
need
be
to
across
offer
the
it to
board.
everyone. Because there are people that, didn't realize they would, you know, nobody knows if they're gonna be kicked out for
And
COVID.
there are some people that live and using every day that you get, and that's a benefit that you need to use it.
That's right.
You started this mess, where do you wanna go with it?
January 1?
And we're gonna go back
Make a
then?
motion to amend your motion then.
We're gonna have, that's gonna affect quarterly taxes.
Yeah.
We're making a mess. I didn't make a motion to start with.
Why not? But you can amend the motion. That's what we're waiting on. If you're not gonna amend it, we'll move on.
I just don't like not taking care of people because they're forced to stay home. 'Cause I've been there. Everybody's been. Most people in this room have been there where you've been forced to stay home. Well, if you're not getting a paycheck, what's that do for your family?
Pretty hard.
Makes it pretty tough to buy groceries.
Yeah. And somebody else is telling you you can't go.
That's the only part I like about it. I mean, and if they're willing to take a negative, which in 6 months they're going to get some of their time, and I don't know how many hours will they get in 6 months.
The new hires end up with 60 some.
So they're going to go the rest of the year with only 20 hours worth of PTO time. So they're already giving that up, some of their vacation time, so they get paid.
Yeah. But there's times I can't go on vacation because
Right.
I need to stay home to work, so I get paid too.
I understand that. It's a bad thing, you know, when they.
I don't know. Here, the way I justify it in my mind is at least we're doing something from this point moving on. Sorry, we didn't have it in place before, but you know, this whole COVID deal's cost us all problems on figuring out how to make things work. And at least we've got something in place to move forward with. So if you wanna make that, amend that motion.
That's what the motion is right now. Do you guys vote yes to it?
Yeah, it's already voted yes to approve what we've got right there going, but he didn't have a date, a time frame in there, so we need to have a motion for the time.
We didn't say today.
Effective date, no. So we need to amend it anyway, to put an effective date in there.
Amend the motion.
I'll amend the motion, but I still think we need to leave it today's date. It'll be a lot less headache.
Are you making that motion to amend?
Yes.
For that? All right, all in favor? Aye.
No.
You opposed?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's effective today.
Yep. And it's not that I don't believe in what you're saying, I do, but I just think.
I'm here to make sure. I still like people that look for not get paid.
Well, we do too, but I mean, you can see what the headache's gonna be.
The next thing on my agenda is just a quick review of this. September 1st of 2020, this is what the board approved, the temporary staff accommodations for remote learning. And as we're back in school, and it seems like this has become a problem again, I just wanted to have you guys take a look at it and see if this is, are you still good with these? We had different suggestions. The department head and the employee would work together about a plan. It's a temporary accommodation. Employees must remain productive. Some of, if they're able to work from home, we would allow that. If they're not, we had discussed allowing kids to come as long as they were negative and not COVID. And again, and we can look at this and maybe talk about it again on Monday if you want to. But these were just as kids were being sent home, schools being closed, remote
We
learning.
didn't know what was going on yet.
Right.
And I look back at it now and I think, oh my gosh, we just about brought all these kids into here. And the exposure that we would have created to ourselves, and so then the quarantine that could have happened courthouse-wide.
Yeah.
We
Well,
could
at
have
that
had
time, the courthouse was locked down too, so
true.
the public wasn't coming in, it was just us. There were, a handful of people coming in and out.
I'm against bringing kids in here. If we have to, I'd send the person home or whatever.
I would agree with that, but at the time,
Yeah.
we were trying to keep the county functioning because, and it seemed like the thing to do back then.
You want this back then?
But the telework, is an option, I think that works okay
Yeah.
for most people, not everybody though, like our public works folks, they're not able to work
Well,
from
that's
home.
kind of where we're at, is where we have to handle that.
Yeah, so this negative PTO thing will help with that. But I didn't know as far as the other ones, if the employee and their department head can make an agreement on working from home, maybe flexing hours, things like that. Are you still okay with that?
I don't know. I read through this again the other day and it was like,
Can this be a case by case deal, or does it have to be set in stone, or this is a memorandum?
Yeah, and this was just an example of what we've sent out before. But as things seem to be ramping up again at the
The
schools.
thing is, though, I think about that and I watch what's happening in the schools and the kids that my kids get in contact with, and then we're all quarantined.
Yeah,
We could do that in here pretty easy too.
yeah.
I'm just not a big fan of mentioning the courthouse.
We really weren't either, because there's, you know, what depends, is it gonna be Melinda's kids, or is it gonna be my kids?
And is it gonna be Heidi or Tanner?
Yeah, there you go. I wasn't gonna say that,
No.
I wasn't gonna narrow it down like that, but
They tell two different
I remember
answers.
when Tanner was born, I remember the story. But remember all those good
Yes, I
stories.
do.
So if you want, maybe think about it and we'll address it again on Monday. About just, or if you want, last year what we did was we had a quick committee of staff and, you know, reached out to all the employees to see maybe what would work for them, who was even gonna be affected.
Well-
There weren't that many even affected last year.
Why not see what the staff says
Okay.
on this? I mean, no, that's just me. These two need to go on with it or not, but just see what the staff says, if that's something they want to
I think
follow.
right now we're pretty flexible on people
I agree.
that need to take time off to take care of the kids. I don't think you're gonna get any opposition from any of us here, but I would rather see the person go home and do some
Right.
flex time as
Right.
bring them, everybody into here. That's just me.
Because the way we've seen it is the kid at school shows up thinking they've got allergies, and next thing you know, everybody's quarantined that's around that kid.
And I'm cooking down, so.
I think we're all COVID now. So do you want her to ask staff or not? Or
If you
just-
just wanna continue with,
Right, I don't know, Jeff, what do you
No,
think?
that's fine.
Check with the staff, see what they say,
all
and
right.
unless there's just
But
anybody
it
loud.
says right here, it's individually, case by case basis, and I think that's the way, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know that, we may say no at one time, I don't know.
I don't know. I just have a fear of bringing somebody in here and they've got allergies that day, and then next thing you know, everybody around it
So,
is off for a month. You know how that vacation
I
was?
know all about it.
You know.
Okay. Ask-
If you wouldn't mind, let me check with them, see.
Not at all.
See what works for them, what doesn't.
Okay, the next thing is the K-Camp renewal. This is just the abstract, I haven't hit go yet. I've worked with,
Thank you.
you're welcome, staff, on making sure all of our answers are correct, and I also used information from last year. We do have our schedules updated as far as vehicles, equipment, things like that. But there is a box that has to be checked that says the Board of Commissioners has reviewed before I submit, so I'm letting you review. Did you see anything that?
Nope.
Okay.
We would know, really.
There's a lot of no's and yeses on here, just,
Yeah, they're just assessing our risk, you know, has anything changed?
The population's down.
That number will surely change, I hope.
I hope so.
I would say we're going up a little bit.
I would, yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
Amy, is that based off of the census?
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
1,358 miles.
That was good.
Yeah, I would even know. So you need a motion to do that then?
Well, it just, the box on there just says to ensure that the Board of County Commissioners has reviewed.
Check.
So, yeah, if you've reviewed it, I'll submit it today.
Yeah, check.
Okay, thank you. That off the list. Whoop-whoop. Okay, then the next thing I need is an executive session for non-elected personnel. I have a review to go over. We already did those. I have one review, and then I have other non-elected personnel, just a handful of wage information we need to discuss. So maybe 15 minutes.
No,
We need more than that.
not with
I'd rather be too short than too long. Especially.
I'm just telling you with we got what, a review, or
Yeah, just a quick review and then
Right
some
there.
wage information.
that thing right there is gonna take 10 minutes.
We've already done that, haven't we?
This is another one.
Okay.
It won't take us long though.
See, she's saying
I'm just telling.
It's
that. What do you want, Darren? How long do you want?
15's fine.
Okay. Darren made the motion to go to executive session. The subject to be discussed is personnel matters. Justification for closing the meeting is to discuss personnel matters and not personnel. The open meeting will resume in this room at 12:50. All in favor?
Well, I thought we had to do that.
Okay, yes.
Jeff
go.
made the motion to extend for 10, all in favor?
Aye. Thank you. For the full-time director?
No action taken.
Hopefully put that out there.
Yeah. Can we, you want to talk about that?
Possibly making that position downstairs into a full-time position, see what it's gonna take paperwork-wise to
Yeah.
change that status from part-time to full-time.
It'll be easy to do that, that won't take much at all. Okay, so you want to change the part-time office assistant position in public
Looking
works
at,
to a full-time?
if we,
What's the
if
budget
we,
down there look like for a full-time secretary?
It's in the budget.
we've already budgeted,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
and that's depending on what we do with the funds.
So for now, you wanna leave it as is, it's posted as part-time.
We think,
Bump it up to full and see what applicants come in for.
we've got two options, we ain't decided yet which way, what the phone status would be.
So you do want it changed to full-time?
Yes,
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Will do. All right, I think that's all I had. Sam did a spit test today, so we're hoping for a negative, and as long as he can go back to school, I will be back in the office
Fine.
in the afternoons.
Thanks, Evan.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you all, have a good day.
But like I did get some question on that, I don't know if you want to talk about that, Will, what policies or make sure we're all even with the COVID jail.
What?
Harper County and other counties that we talked about, somebody talked about that this morning. Make sure that we're doing what KDHE does, I mean, as far as quarantines and, I assume we are, everybody needs to be a tether probably.
Yeah, I think that's where she bases her stuff on, is off of KDG, I believe.
I think she's following their recommendations. Because you talk to too many people now, I don't even understand why some, but it has to do with who's vaccinated, who's not vaccinated, and that doesn't even make sense.
Well, I mean, like the school, it seems like their quarantine is a little different than even, I mean, we're getting a bunch of different quarantines and.
And it also matters, Amy, correct me if I'm wrong, at the school, if you were exposed at a school event versus
A
on
household.
your phone, I don't get all that.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I know, I don't, but that's not a Heather deal.
No, I know, but the school, I mean, because, man, if they get tested and they get, well, the friends get, they go get tested, well, then,
Depends on if you were seeing your friends at school or at home.
I'm having a hard time following all of it, to be honest with you.
I get it.
Well,
I just
It
called.
seems like it,
so the very first football game of the season, or first two games, there was two, I can't mention names, two boys were quarantined because they tested positive. And they felt fine. Somebody said, go get another test from your doctor or whatever. That way you can play Friday. The mom wouldn't do it.
well, now,
She should have.
no, because when we had tested positive,
Then it's
I
spread even further.
was told,
And spread even further.
well, we had it, once you get the positive test, you're positive. You can't go get it
There's no
vaccinated.
redo.
There's no, you're positive, you're positive.
No, well, I was told different, so.
Well, I don't know, that's what I mean, there's I don't know if there's one solid.
All right, guys, we've got a approved AP still for $59,960. Thank you, I mean, $960.41. Seems cheap this week.
Marty.
$59,960.41.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Minutes from September 20th with the corrections. Are you guys okay with that? Yep. The corrections we suggest, okay. Somebody make a motion for it?
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. And minutes for October 4th with corrections. All in favor? Aye. And that is it.
Hold on.
Finished? Oh,
I forgot one thing. I left this little jar on the table so I would remember. So the minivan that we sold at the last surplus sale, they never came and paid for that. And so, after talking with Richard, the second place bid, second highest, there was a tie. And so I need someone to draw a name.
so what do we do if Jeff put his name in there while we were sitting around here wondering what that was for?
Is there a third? Is there a
Is
third?
there a third strip in there?
We were all wondering what we were drawing Christmas names or something. So Jeff drew his and he didn't want to be left out at Christmas time. Who's doing it?
I did the pic, I want the picture though, not the van.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
We gotta get this meeting over with.
Yeah, I know. Jeff Moore, no.
It is.
Jan Harding. Jan Harding.
Well, you saw me digging around in that one, I thought it was candy or something.
It's not.
So what do we need to do with that? Anything?
No, I'll contact them.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, any other business, guys?
I don't think so.
All right, then we are adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Yep, see you next week. Well, take care out there.
You guys too much plant wheat.
I moved a bunch of cows yesterday.
Yep, a bunch of games coming up.
It's too late for me to hit the field and sit down. I moved a bunch. That's glad we got them all covered.